we are now unfiltered. Everyone can hear you now.
Unfiltered? All right.
Well, I mean, we're quote unquote live. Did you go live on your channel, by the way?
Would you like me to?
No, it's up to you. It's up to you. It's always up to you.
I posted that we were doing it here, so I figured dumping everybody in one place was probably a better idea because we all know how great the squad streaming is, or whatever they call it now.
Right.
Wonderful feature that I've used like once.
Right. Let me go ahead and switch over here. All right, we got you up here. Everything looks right. Everything looks good. Everything's working. Everyone can hear Nick all right, right? Right? Yeah.
I'm gonna sit on I'm gonna try to get on the couch. Possibly, maybe if I like this, maybe be a little bit more.
Oh wait, you want to be on the couch, just like down in here?
I guess the first time I've lowered my chair in like 8 years, so that probably just broke it.
Oh God, Jesus!
It didn't. We're good.
Right, you got squinch on down. All right, let me go ahead and do my intro. Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 3 of my podcast Origin Stories, where I sit down with creators and I try to get to the bottom of the question of what is their origin story. I am Fenris Star, also known as Zach. The whole point of this podcast is to just get in and introduce you to people who I think are kind of awesome and amazing and share their stories. So I'm sitting down with one of my inspirations, the person whose community basically has given me like every digital friend I have right now has come from the Bitterbits community. Nick, Bitterbits, Nick, you want to give yourself like a quick introduction, like where people can find you?
Yeah, they can find me in my house most days, possibly on the street. I'm going for a walk, but otherwise it's just twitch.tv/bitterbits, which is where we're not at. We're actually at twitch.tv/FenrisStar, which is a place that you could follow here and do that. Because that's where we are right now. I had a couple social medias that I was using for a while, and then they all kind of, well, the ones I frequented the most tanked a little bit. So we also got a little Blue Sky and stuff like that, and that's about it. Maybe a YouTube as well. You can find it all with just searching Butterbats. You might actually be able to find it via that. I've actually never tried just to look up all of the stuff with just Butterbats, because I've tagged things as Butterbats before for the sake of searching. I don't know if that ever really paid off. Maybe I should have just changed it to Butterbats. That probably would have been the better call anyway. Some good emote opportunities there.
Good collaboration, sponsorship opportunities. Just get the local creameries, on the deal.
Yeah, raw free range butter.
All right, let's give a quick run of show for anyone who's new here who hasn't seen this before. Way this works is pretty simple. Nick and I sit down, get quick information. We'll go over like anything Nick wants to promote. Which do you got anything you're doing right now that you want to like highlight?
No, I'm probably the worst at shilling anything I ever do. So all we're doing right now is just playing Kenshi on stream, which is always just a disaster. So it's a fun disaster for the most part. So
it's always something when I see you go into Kenshi, because it's like, oh yeah, no, this is going to be a totally normal playthrough. It's just like, yeah, I'm going to skin that one, and I'm just like, you're doing what?
Well, the whole game is misery. I think I've come to the conclusion that most of my favorite games are just wallowing in misery. So
right,
it's a good time.
Right. So yeah, I got a first big question I'm going to introduce you to. Then I'll go through some questions I have. We'll play a mini game I call Shake or Shame, which a lot of people seem to really enjoy. Then we have viewer submitted questions. So if anyone lurking and watching wants to ask a question, there's a pinned comment at the top of Twitch. You can go in and submit your questions and submit guest recommendations. If there's someone in the future you want me to interview, we'll end on one last question, and that's kind of it. Right? So Nick, are you ready for the first big question?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, I was prepared the minute I hit the call button for first large question.
Okay. So this question, answer it however you think, what comes to mind, however you think best answers the question. What is your origin story?
Well, see, this one's complicated because it's been going on for little over well, actually it's about 13 years now, I guess. No, it's about 12. So it's been a long weird road to get to here, I guess, as far as like how this started, which I know several people have probably heard this before, but basically around like 2010 to 2012 I was working in like IT stuff, and as like a hobby I kind of picked up making music poorly, because I've always like sung a little bit, but I had never picked up an instrument or anything like that. So, you know, that was an interesting ordeal, and I did it poorly for about a year and a half, 2 years. And I remember at the time, this was right around the time that a lot of like Let's Play stuff was starting to kind of take off. So there was, you know, Game Grumps was one of the bigger ones, I think, at the time. And they were probably the biggest at the time, I would imagine, around like 2012-ish, 2013. And I remember really enjoying what they did and kind of the dynamic of all that. So I decided to try to start something similar. So I started Bitter Bits, and you know, did the YouTube stuff for about, I would say about 2 to 3 years, just uploading like different stuff. And there was a lot of the format and everything was very similar, I think, to what they were doing over like channels like Game Grumps and stuff like that. Like this episodic kind of, you know, just semi-comedic run-throughs of games that I had played in the past. You know, I remember some of the very first games I think were like Resident Evil 2 and Pokemon Snap and just weird stuff, just kind of out there. But I remember doing that. And then I think around, I'd say around like late 2014, I think I did my very first live stream, which funny enough was actually on YouTube. And I remember specifically doing that because it was so terrible at the time. Like the live streaming services were, they were just awful. All of them were. I would say that Twitch probably had, which I don't know if it was Justin TV at the time, but I think they had already changed over to Twitch at that point.
Yeah.
But the YouTube stream stuff was pretty rough. It was kind of terrible, but I remember doing it and it was cool. And then around 2015-ish, I kind of started doing more streams on Twitch, like periodically. And then I think about probably, it was like late 2015. I was like, maybe I could, you know, do something with this, like a little bit more, you know, a little bit more than what I'm doing currently. So I started going for the partner stuff. And for anybody who's not been on Twitch long, or maybe only been doing this for a little while, if you do stream and things like that, the partner application process was way different back then. So basically at the time you would have to effectively write up a small little essay as to why you would be beneficial as a Twitch partner. And you kind of had to hit like a certain threshold of viewership. And I think at that time they wanted people to be around 100 to 200 viewers consistently. You could normally be below that if you had other people in the space that you worked with, that like, you know, they could not vouch for you, but I think they kind of wanted people who were in like, you know, groups that were kind of coming over. And so, you know, a couple folks that I did stuff with at the time and who eventually became friends, like Plague of Gripes and German Spy and things like that. They, you know, I mentioned them in the application process and stuff, which to this day, I'm not 100% positive that they even really read what I wrote in that, because the response actually came from a person, which was really interesting. And the person was really nice. I remember they were my partner contact at the time, which they don't really have those anymore. But I remember my partner contact at the time was super nice, but they didn't say much about the actual application. So I think it was more of just kind of a numbers thing. I think they probably just took a look at the data and where they were like, yeah, okay, you know, you probably make a good Twitch partner or whatever. So got accepted. And funny enough, the date of acceptance was actually April 1st. So I remember
I forgot that.
I remember at the time, I told everybody, they're like, oh, that's a good joke, Nick, but you know, keep trying or whatever. And I'm like, no, like we got it. They said, yeah. They were like, oh, holy shit. Whoops. So it was such a weird, like, it was such a weird moment. Cause I'm like, yeah, they would. I was like, if there ever was anything more fitting for my weird, stupid ass, it was definitely getting partnered on April 1st. So, with that, I think at the time, you know, I had either just recently quit my job because I was working as like a systems engineer. So I was doing, you know, all kinds of different IT stuff. We were doing like, you know, VMware stuff and doing some break fix stuff for some clients and things like that, and just different like implementation of like just server junk and remote desktop things or remote access rather to VDIs and stuff like that for people. So I was doing that at the time, and BitterBits itself was it was picking up steam a little bit. So I was like, God, maybe I could just do this. But it was probably the scariest decision I think I've ever made career-wise, because I was like, okay, I'm going to leave this extremely stable job. But the problem was I had been really sick because I had been diagnosed with ulcerative colitis about a year before that. And so I had to take a bunch of time off, and the management changed and all of this stuff. So things weren't going great. I think I probably could have stayed there, but it would have been rough. And I probably would have had to found a different job just because it was just getting weird. And the guy who was actually running the place at the time had left, and it was pretty crazy. So I said, you know what? And I told them, I even told the folks I was working with, I was like, yeah, no, my weird little show online that I'm doing, I was like, I'm going to give that a shot. And most of them had seen it, and, they thought it was fun and everything like that. So they all were like, oh man, good luck with everything and all that stuff. So started there, and then just have kind of been doing that since. I mean, a lot's happened. It's been 9 years since I got partnered. So, it's
hold up, doing that since, and it's been 9 years. you know, just a little show, it's survived for 9 years. That's huge, dude.
It is. What's weird to think about, because like, I kind of forget about that. Not forget about it, but I forget that like there were, 3 years or so that I was doing this before I decided to kind of go for it, because I think things were a little different. They were very different back then in terms of the content creation space. It's it was a lot. It was like weirdly more tumultuous in some ways, and then in others it wasn't. Like it was a little bit more I don't know, like it was a little bit more chaotic, but at the same time the flow of it was a little bit simpler, because this is before we had any of this like AI vetting stuff and all of these different weird things that have kind of popped up in the last couple of years that have just made things muddier and stranger, and the way Twitch kind of operates too, with because I've talked before about the affiliate program, and even when that came out, I remember reading through it and I was like, this feels really dishonest on Twitch's part, because I think like they really undersold how difficult I think for a lot of people it is to go from this like 5-ish to 10 viewer window into, oh, just get 75 or 80 concurrent. And I'm like, that's huge for a lot of people. I'm like, that's really difficult. Like that was difficult for me even back in the day. It's absolutely going to be difficult now, because you've got the space is much more saturated and all this crazy stuff. So like, I remember looking at that and thinking to myself, I was like, this is the craziest thing they've done, because they're over here like, all right, we did it. Now you just got to get like 70 more people. I'm like, what?
Yay.
I'm like, you can't just tell people that, because that's like, I think it was like teeing people up, to not be successful in that way. And that was 100% on Twitch, where I feel like they didn't do a good job of giving people tools to bridge that gap between getting affiliate and then going into like partner. And so I kept looking at that and like all the people that were doing it and, getting affiliate. And I was really excited for folks. And then I saw what their what the criteria were for like getting partner. And I was like, holy crap, they left this huge middle section that's just gone. And this is before they were like promoting clips or trying to do anything like that. And I'm like, what do they expect people to do? Just keep streaming. Like, that's it. That's all we got for you. So yeah, it's been a long time, and a lot's happened in that 9 years since the few years before that. It's been all kinds of craziness, and I've watched a lot change, and it's pretty crazy, but that's pretty much where I came from. So that's the general origin story. I'm sure there's plenty to talk about between 2016 and now, but that's all more just crazy stories and stuff that have happened since getting partnered back then. So, I wouldn't want to bore anybody to tears with that. So
no, that it's really cool to hear, especially because the difference between from back then, which, I was there when you got partnered, and I that was the days of like, I think you were doing the Dark Souls 1 playthrough with German Spy and Plague, and you were referencing the cabinet multiple times. Yep. Having to go into the cabinet, right? And then to now, where it's just like getting that extra, going from like 10 viewers to 70, 75 viewers is like, it's impossible unless you cheat. And then now they're doing all the viewer bot stuff right now. And it's just like they're making it even harder without giving us any tools to overcome it. It's like, what do we do? You know?
Yeah, no, it's a strange, the whole thing. And you know, I've talked to several people about just the general, like landscape of like content creation stuff, because there's a bunch of folks, I would say, during and after COVID that I think got into it. And, you know, so like around like 2020-ish and kind of forward, and so people like ask me like different, like, you know, hey, what worked for you and all this stuff. And unfortunately, some of the things that worked for me, you know, back when I was getting started on YouTube, most of the way you did discovery there was either kind of riding trends on like, you know, as far as like Let's Play stuff, if you were doing things that were maybe more popular or a bit more like obtuse and just kind of out there, you know, that were just strange, that would maybe get clicks, and like formulaic, consistent order uploads was the play. You know, you would do like 15-minute episodes of things. You would make sure that they were tagged correctly. And in one of the ways you could get your video seen sometimes was to basically keyword hop off of people. So like if you noticed that something was like on a trend or something like that, you could basically, you know, kind of keyword up your videos to be similar to whatever theirs were, if there was something that was similar or in the same vein. And that was just kind of how like the search engine stuff worked at the time for YouTube, whereas now it is infinitely more complex, and it's kind of just ridiculous the way it functions now. I mean, there's times where I'm sure you've seen it, where you've been on YouTube and you get recommended to like, you know, some giant video that's like 10 years old, but you'll get like some 6-year-old video from somebody with 14 views about some random thing. And you're just like, what in the world? Like, what is this? And so it's a lot more, you know, out there now as far as like the recommendations go and all that stuff. So it's strange. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy because like tagging itself is basically useless now on YouTube, you know, because they've basically, it's been exploited all to hell. So if you don't tag something right, you're actually doing yourself a disservice. And so if the algorithm thinks your tags are, you know, something that you didn't put, you're actually deranking your video automatically. It's like, well, then how am I supposed to know what the tags are? It's like, well, that changes daily.
Right.
It's like, oh,
and they even give you a warning, I think, which is really funny. If you go to keyword your video now, it's like, by the way, these aren't really used for anything anymore. This is basically if you had spelling errors in your title or something like that. I'm like, righteous. That's good.
Awesome. Great function there, Google. Great track record of implementing something and following through on it, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They did a really good job. That's pretty good.
Right. Okay. So let's jump into some questions then, because like your backstory is you sell yourself short. You were such a humble person, and I'm like, I got to pull that out. Let's start here. You have background in IT, right? Do you have any formal training or education?
No, I was actually talking about this the other night, that because I was talking about education in general. Well, I do have quite a few different certifications, but those were all mostly gotten, I think, around like after I started, or kind of like just while I was in it. No, I actually dropped out of high school in my senior year, and I went and got my GED right away. They actually weren't going to let me take it because I was technically too young, but my birthday was in March, and they were like, we'll just let him go ahead and take it. Because I think you have to be either like 18 or 17 or something. I can't remember what it was. It was something like that. But then I know I was technically too young to take it. My mother threw a fit, and I was like, trust me, I've got a plan. I know what I'm going to do.
Don't worry. With my infinite knowledge, I know what to do.
Yeah, I would like my infinite, but I did have a good idea of what I wanted to do, and that was to go ahead and start working, and you know, potentially go to like a trade school or something like that. And you know, I got a job at All Places of Circuit City, which is dead now. But I was doing PC repair for them, which is actually a pretty funny story, because at the time it was like 2000. What year is it? 2025. So it was like 2000.
Yeah.
I don't even remember exactly what year it was, but it was in like the mid 2000s. And the way I actually got that job was I was interviewing for just a part-time position at Circuit City, and the guy, the dude who was the manager at the time, was actually super nice. He was like, you seem pretty knowledgeable about like computer stuff. He's like, did you think about maybe wanting to work for like our PC repair area, which was called Fire Dog?
What? Why?
I don't even know why it was called Fire Dog. I guess it was because it was like they were coming to the rescue for your IT problems or something. It was stupid. They wanted to be Geek Squad desperately because Geek Squad was blowing up in terms of like popularity at that time. So as far as like the brand goes, people liked it a lot for whatever reason. And I remember them even featuring Geek Squad on like a TV show at the time or something. But so the guy, he walks me back to like the PC gaming components, and this is way before, you know, the PC building craze had really like taken off and stuff like that. So Circuit City did sell graphics cards and all that stuff. And I remember he was like, "Can you sell me this graphics card?" And I was like, yeah, I guess I could. And I was telling him all about it. And he's like, "You didn't even look at the box." So I was like, "Oh yeah, no, this was one I was thinking about getting." I was like, because I was going to upgrade my own computer that I built. And he's like, "Oh, you like build your own computers and stuff." And so, you know, it was because at that time, I mean, you have to think around like what, 2006, 2007, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. Again, the whole PC building space was a whisper compared to what it is now. I mean, it was like nothing. Like there was, you know, there wasn't tons of YouTube videos on it. There wasn't entire content creator spaces built around PC building. There wasn't, you know, this weird culture that kind of built around it of like the PC gaming master race and trying to be like the fucking elitists that have the best hardware and all this. Like that stuff really didn't exist. So, but it was something I was interested in, you know, at the time. And he was impressed by what I knew about this graphics card. And he was like, do you know about like other computer stuff in general? And I was like, yeah, no, I've been working on them, you know, since I was a kid. I was like, basically my first computer was a torn down old beat up Gateway that my parents had that I like rebuilt and managed to, you know, get working and all that stuff. And he was like, he's like, "I'd really like you to come work for like the Fire Dog team, basically." And I'm like, what a stupid name. Even at the time, I thought it was a stupid name, but it paid okay for the time. And, you know, I remember being pretty excited about that. And I met a friend there who was kind of on the same career path. He was a few years older than me, but he was he had gone to college in like St. Louis. And so he had just come back home actually. And he used to tell me about St. Louis all the time and all the crazy stuff that they used to do. But he was a trip, and I actually ended up moving out with him when I first moved out when I was like 17 or 18 or whatever. And we lived together for a while, and you know he was just, that guy was just a trip. But we played like WoW together and stuff, and you know and I actually learned a lot of like, you know, PC stuff from him too, because he was also like super into it. So we used to like build people desktops and stuff for some spare money on the side and things like that. And keep in mind, this must have been like 2008, I guess. I think was the year. It was either 2007 or 2008, because I remember my first apartment was a 3-bedroom apartment, all utilities included, in that price for $900. So
no,
I feel ancient saying that, but the sad thing is, in terms of real estate pricing, that's not like super. That's not like, oh, we're talking about like 50 years ago,
right?
You know, like that's how insane it's gotten in the meantime. You know, so like I think about like the cost of that or whatever. But back on the topic of the question, no, I never had any like you know, education as far as like the, you know, IT space goes. And then I went from that Fire Dog job. I ended up getting a job at Geek Squad as a kind of repair dude there, and then I ended up taking over the leadership position back there. So I ran one for a while, which was it was pretty fun. It was fun to get some managerial experience, and I loved all the people I worked with. They were super cool. Except for a couple of them who were weird. There was this one guy who was always trying to get me fired for some reason, because I think he wanted my job. And my mom was still alive at the time, and we still talked. And I remember she came in and probably delivered one of the most scathing insults, because she was an old Southern woman. So you don't insult people directly. It's very like bless your heart, that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. She came in, and this guy, I mean, he did look like a little weasel. But like, and he was even shorter than me, and I'm already a short guy. So like, this dude was always trying to like undermine everything, and he was always trying to like catch me on like some SOP violations or like whatever he could do, and everybody knew he was doing it. It was awful. And like even the other managers knew he was doing it. Like he would go run into him and be like, "Nick did this." Then they're like, "I'm sure he didn't." Because I tried to keep everything like, you know, on the up and up, because I like that job a lot. You know? And so this dude was always trying to do something. And I'll never forget, my mom came in and she walked up the counter and she was like, "Hey, honey." And I was like, "Hey." And she's like, where's the one that's causing you trouble? And she peeked behind the thing and she went, is he the unfortunate looking one? And I stopped and I was like, is he the unfortunate looking one? And I turned and I was like, there was no one else back there except for him. And I was like, maybe she thought it was somebody else. And I was like, oh my God, she called this man unfortunate looking. And he was a little unfortunate looking. Like, you know, but I mean, he was one of those people that I normally wouldn't ever pick on somebody's appearance really, but he was one of those people where like the outside matched the in, where he was horrific on the outside and horrific on the inside. Last I know, he got fired for actually breaking SOP. I think he like stole somebody's data or something. That was the last I ever heard of that guy. So that dude, I think maybe that was one of those like, I'm trying to pin stuff on other people that I was actively doing kind of thing. I don't know. Either way, I eventually left that job. I actually applied to my first big boy IT job, as I jokingly called it. And I was going up against a couple other people. And I didn't have a degree or anything like that. At that point, I had several different certifications. I had done a bunch of stuff with like Apple. I was actually like a full certified repair tech for all their stuff. And which worked out in my favor. But I went into the interview with this for this IT job, and I was going up against people who had degrees but little experience. And apparently, in the interview, they asked a really, 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 really obtuse question about certain types of migrations involving this. This is like people are just going to fall asleep for this one. About certain types of migrations involving Microsoft Outlook when migrating them to a new platform, and like upgrading like the server infrastructure itself, and then also upgrading the software with it, and like all these. It was kind of like a compounded question, and I had actually never really worked with the enterprise stuff for Office, and so I told them, I was like, I know like this, and this. I was like, however, I was like, in the instance of something like that, I was like, I'm not one to really say I know something when I don't. I try not to do that because I just don't want people to think I know something that, you know, that I don't know. But I told him, I was like, what I would probably do. And I was like, I'd probably lean on some of the folks working here as well to try to, you know, maybe leverage some information from them, because I'm sure they would have, you know, more knowledge of this entire situation. And I would try to work with them to make sure that this gets done. And we went through the rest of the interview, and they actually called me back and they said, they were like, we're specifically taking you because of your experience. They're like, and the way you answered that one question about the ability to like go and try to find a solution rather than just trying to be Mr. Man who knows everything and makes a huge mistake and, you know, ends up screwing up a client for like weeks on end. So I got the job there, and I worked there, like I said, for a couple of years. And that was around the time that I was starting BitterBits and all that stuff. So that was kind of my hobby at the time. But, you know, and that started to pick up a little bit and make a little bit of money here and there, which I was stunned by. I'll never forget when I turned on donations for the first time and people wanted to actively support the show. And I was like, I don't understand what's happening. Like, I was so confused by the whole thing. And I'm still confused to this day, to be honest with you. But that was about it as far as any like formal training goes. I got a lot of shit for being Apple certified while I was at that job. And I had a lot of the Mac clients glued to me, which was the Mac clients were interesting most of the time because these were all businesses. So any of the businesses that were using Mac OS at the time and any type of formal implementation, I was just like, oh my God, this is crazy. So like all those clients were crazy, but most of them were pretty nice. So it was something I knew how to do, at least, thankfully. So I didn't get stuck over there for years on end, more often than not. But that's about it. So as far as like formal education or anything like that goes, no, I never did the college thing or anything like that. I went very briefly to a tech college, but I kind of bailed on that because it felt way too much like high school. So I was like, maybe I'll come back to this later. That was like 15 years ago. I'm sorry, 17 years ago. So maybe I'll come back to that later.
Yeah, no, that's totally true about like trade schools. Basically during that era were very much like, there's so many of them that were just like basically a scam at first, where it's like, you know, I remember graduating from college myself, and like a lot of the skills that I learned, I was like, I got into the market and I was 5 years behind. and like most of what I use nowadays, I learned on the job. So it's just kind of like, what was the point of all this? Why did I go through all this shit?
Yeah.
And then the way you answer that question is like, that's such a huge thing that, has saved me in interviews multiple times, is knowing like how to set your ego aside, especially in like a work environment. Like you set your ego aside and it's just like, a manager will see that and be like, that's the guy I want. Because when I tell him to do something, he's going to go do it. If he doesn't know how to do it, he's not going to get us in trouble.
Yeah. I think that ends up being pretty important because like, I think there's like a line with it where if like somebody's like unwilling to ever make a call or something like that, but I think people generally are looking for folks who are willing to be like, okay, I think I can figure this out and I can solve it. But
right.
The job market's also like a complete nightmare nowadays. And that's a whole separate thing. So
yeah, what's that? My lack
hours of discussion on that alone, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay, so you've done a few build streams, actually, like building computers and stuff like that on stream before. Your setup is always very, very clean. How do you go through like picking equipment for stream and for yourself, right?
That's something I don't have to do too much anymore because like initially that's kind of a tricky one. So like early on, it was a little bit harder to pick certain components because I would say compatibility for things like OBS and XSplit at the time were the two major, because this is before OBS Studio had even come out. Well, properly anyway, where they had migrated over to that like as the full-time like version of the software or whatever. It was a little strange back then because like in general there was a lot more compatibility problems and all that stuff, and that was mainly because streaming wasn't quite as big of a space. I think at the time the hardware probably would have been fine if there was a little bit more of a focus on it, but even back in like 2018, OBS was nowhere near as robust as it is now. Things like Discord had not grown up quite like they had, for better or worse. So like the space in general was a little bit smaller. So picking components and things like that out for builds was a little bit different back then. But nowadays, any of the higher end processors end up doing like pretty well. You're looking at like if you're looking at any of the Ryzen stuff from like AMD, or if you're looking at like maybe an i5 somewhere here and there with like Intel stuff without getting specific. I mean, like most of them will do just fine for streaming. Normally when people ask me about like hardware and stuff nowadays, I'm like, the first big thing is budget. Cause if somebody's getting into it for like a hobby, I don't want them to run out and be like, I've got to get a Shure SM7B microphone, and I got to get like this insane graphics card, and I've got to get this and that and this, all this stuff. I'm like, if you want to do that for your own like gaming stuff, I was like, go for it. I was like, just make sure you're, not spending like $3,000 to $5,000 on a bunch of streaming junk that, you may not even enjoy in like a year. So I try to tell people like, just make sure you're getting it first and foremost, because it's something you want to get. And like, it's something that'll serve your needs for like your existing hobby of like playing games and all that stuff, as opposed to, kind of worrying about the streaming component of it, because the streaming component, so many pieces of tech are so good at a baseline now that like most microphones that you get are probably going to be decent. Like they've grown up a lot in the last few years. Like I'd say in the last like 5 years. There's tons of them out there that are pretty good. There's tons of software and stuff that go along with them that can autocorrect issues with them that you may have if you don't do audio very much, or you're not particularly good at it. I'm staring at my computer trying to think of like anything in particular that I would normally do, but no, nothing insane as far as like picking out components. I just try to always make sure that there's enough overhead to, I don't like doing the dual PC streaming setup. I've never enjoyed that. Even at best, it's frustrating, and it can be pretty annoying with certain things. I think once you get it like all set up, it's good. And I have people that I've worked with in the past that have done that, but the period between it doesn't work and it doesn't work consistently is pretty big, because they're trying to iron out all the issues with it. And that's another thing that's gotten easier with time, just because OBS is a little bit better at handling certain things. So, because we were talking about it before we started about things like OBS Virtual Cam, because you were like, oh, I can help you set it up. And I remember when you had to use a stupid plugin for it to get a virtual cam to work correctly in OBS. And I remember trying to help somebody get through that at one point. So, things like that are just kind of baked in. That just makes things a lot easier. And the same goes for building a computer. Like building a computer back in 2008, 2009 was definitely a whole different whole different animal than building it like now it's like, it's pretty much just a very expensive Lego.
Oh yeah.
It's you got to pick something really wrong to mess it up, which is good, because that means that like as people spend like $3,000 on stuff, they're not gonna, just completely botch it putting it together, which is nice. So that's always good to see.
Yeah. No, it's crazy where things have gone today, where I still like look at updating my computer and I'm just like, I need a wire to wire myself to the frame so I don't short something. It's like, no, you don't have to do that anymore. Back in the day, you'd have to ground yourself to work on a computer. Now you don't, you don't. You could
probably suspend yourself from the ceiling and do it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
While covered in carpet with an active line running into you. So
right.
You can do it.
God, I want
don't
to get into
do that.
No, don't do that. I want to get into
somebody be hanging from the ceiling, be like, the man on the internet told me to, but like, when did I ever tell you to listen to me? But use carpet if you're going to do it. That'd be really funny.
Yeah. So put all your complaints to Bitterbits on Blue Sky and Twitter.
Yeah, bitterbits.gov/electrical safety.
Right. Let's hit on, like, you have a pedigree in music. Are you willing to talk about that in the background there?
I have no pedigree in music. That is what you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure I heard that. I was like, I have none. I have like no accolades. My dad was an extremely good singer, and he was pretty popular in like some of the southeastern kind of areas, especially like this state and stuff like that. He actually was offered a gig in Las Vegas that he didn't take because of his family. I told him before he passed away, I was like, "You dumb." And just as a joke, guy was like, he had like a stint in Vegas that he could have done. They wanted him for, something out there. It was like a multi-year like contract thing. I mean, it was admirable that he stayed here. I probably wouldn't have been born, I think, if he had taken the Vegas gig, but I was like, I mean, whatever, dude, just do it.
Like, right? You live once, right?
So like I can sing okay. Like that's something that I can do a little bit. But I never really picked up an instrument or anything like that. I played piano very briefly. And when I was making some music stuff, I think back in like 2010-ish, 2011, it was mainly just to kind of like, I don't know, try something like new at the time. And it was the funny part is none of it I sang for. The only notable thing that would have happened was there was a guy who approached me when I was at my job at Best Buy. This is kind of a silly story, but he was an aspiring rapper, and he was like, "Yo, Nick, you make like music and beats and stuff." And I was like, "Yeah, I mean, you could say that." And so I was like, "Yeah, I guess." Kind of. He's like, "Would you mind like making me a track to like rap over or whatever?" And I was like, "Yeah, no, we can do that." And I was like, "I think I can, sure." And like rap and hip hop, there were two genres I hadn't really made anything for yet, because I'd experimented with a lot of stuff, but I hadn't done anything in that space. And I was so fledgling at it and terrible at the time anyway, that like, I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. If you heard some of my other stuff and you think that this is at your level of quality, sure. So I did the song for him, and it was pretty funny because I finished it and I sent it to him, and it actually got played in a couple clubs here in South Carolina, which was really funny because he sent me. This is especially funny because like at the time this was, like I said, it was like 2011, 2012, something like that. So like, sending somebody a video via your cell phone is pretty shit at that time.
Right.
Like it still was not good. So he sends me this video of him just like screaming at this like sold out club because it's the song that we had made together, and they were playing it at this club, and there's like 100 something people like all dancing to it. And I was like, wow. I was like, I can't believe anybody likes this song. And also at the same time, he was so excited too, because like he was actually a pretty good rapper as far as like his, general like lyrics and everything went. Like he did a pretty good job with it. But that's the only time I think anything of note ever happened. I think one of my other songs got featured. It was a Majora's Mask remix that I did. And it got featured on one of the bigger like Zelda fan sites or something like that, which I was kind of angry about because that song fucking sucked. It was it was so bad.
It's
And,
just
I
like,
hated
why
it.
this one? Why this
It
one?
was, I could not stand it. There was like a particular like pacing to it that was just wrong. Because again, I was like very, very new to this. And it was something that I just was not particularly good at. I'm not saying maybe I would have been good at it in the future because I don't know. I didn't stick with it. But, I think I found myself enjoying like audio production stuff a little bit more than like music things. So I got more into like the audio side of things, like vocal stuff. I think I enjoyed that a little bit more. And but those are probably like the only two things that were ever of any note musically. Of course, we did a couple fun covers as like bitter bits. I did them with Dr. Pingu, who is a super talented musician and singer. We did a cover of, I think, True Survivor from Kung Fury. And then we also did a cover of Mike and the Mechanic's Silent Running, which were fun at the time. I'd actually like to redo those at some point now that some time has passed. I think it'd be fun to go back and maybe do that. So maybe I'll reach out to Pingu at some point and see if they want to redo the Silent Running thing or something like that. Now that it's been like 40 years, I think that might be fun.
2026 year of Bear Bits returning to music.
Yes, I'm sure everybody's just waiting. I'm sure they're so excited. They're waiting outside their houses for the letter to get there. That's like, he returns to music. Like, oh my God. And they just go running. They scream. They tell the person in their house. They're like, who the hell are you talking about? And they're like, oh.
Yeah. It's the let me in meme. It's just one guy at the fence, just like, please, sing for me. Shades that rattles cage. Yeah.
Town crier screaming.
So there's a reason why I'm asking all these questions in the way I am. So do you think your knowledge of audio production and technology has helped you streaming?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that like one of the things I remember a compliment I used to get a lot a long time ago, and this is like I'm like 2016, 2017.
Mm-hmm.
I used to get people that would come into chat randomly, and like I said, a lot of software and stuff like that can handle a lot of this for you nowadays. But like the audio game back then was rough. I mean, like you would go into streams and like, I mean, you couldn't hear the streamer. The game would be like blasting super loud. No one knew how to balance anything, and frankly, the tools to do it were pretty terrible. So like I can't really blame them for not doing it well. And there were several friends of mine who came to me at some point or another and were like, can you please help with audio stuff? And, and I tried my best in every instance that I could to get stuff like kind of shaped up and sounding a little bit better. And in a lot of cases, it was just a few effects that you could normally put in there. But the problem was even simple effects like standard compression and limiting and these things that we kind of take for granted now because I feel like they're baked into like every application you use. I used to have to run a VAC through OBS into a separate piece of software and then back into OBS and somehow manage it with like ASIO and stuff like that to get like the delay like lower, which meant you had to generally lower the audio quality for a lot of things. I mean, it was awful, but like, you could get it to a point where you could at least kind of have like even if it was like heavily compressed, which you kind of had to do because the audio quality would drop sometimes to keep latency low, to make sure you didn't get desyncs on your camera and things like that. Yeah. I mean, you had to, sacrifice something somewhere because you couldn't do these like super high quality audio signals like through one application into another application and then back into that application. And it's like, then you're trying to sync it with some crummy webcam, that barely changed in like 10 years. And, all this together and you're just kind of like, well, this is great. This is going to be a mess. And for a lot of people, it was just a wreck. I mean, even if you go back and watch clips from folks back in like 2016-ish kind of time period, I mean, you'll see cameras that are desynced. You'll see audio quality that's like just terrible and horribly balanced and just all this. It's like chaos, but no, all that stuff I think did help me a lot. I think because as far as like the hardware side of things, these were already things I was doing. I was already building computers and all that junk. And, I knew people that were, pretty good with cameras and things like that I could ask some questions to because that wasn't something I was necessarily very good at. And as far as like the audio stuff goes, like microphones and all that, I mean, that thankfully the market for them was pretty rocky at the time. And if you really wanted something good, it was extremely expensive. So it was kind of hard. And a lot of the audio interfaces were terrible. Absolutely terrible. I used to have a Scarlett 2i2 that would just fail all the time. I had even stuff as they started to get into more like the streamer marketed things. There was this one piece of equipment where after I streamed for like 4 hours, I would just turn into a robot.
I remember that. Oh,
I still don't know exactly what caused that. And I looked into it after the fact and a couple of years afterwards. And I was like, I wonder if anybody ever figured out what was wrong, because it was a piece of hardware that was causing it.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody ever figured out exactly what caused it. I think somebody got close at one point. It had to do with like a driver failure, and then it would like restart the driver in Windows, which is fair. That's what Windows is supposed to do. And it would just turn me into a robot. And it was so strange. It happened for 4 hours or whatever. Well, it was either 4 or 5 hours on the dot every time.
You had it like down to the second. I remember, because you actually brought up like you were running a timer, and you brought it up on stream, and it was consistent every time when it would kick in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now it was really, really weird. I'm not sure what yeah, no, I think it definitely helped a lot, just knowing like kind of the PC hardware space, and like it comes to some of the audio. I wouldn't say audio engineering, because it's not really like, I never did it like professionally in that sense of like, oh, here, let me fix this and this, but or worked with anybody like major as far as that stuff goes. But like even learning like some of the basics, I think at that time before I learned some of the advanced stuff helped out a lot. It was a lot, because I think, being able to be heard on your stream was probably pretty important. So yeah, I think it helped a lot, actually.
Right.
It's I've tried to help people wherever I could too with like audio stuff. But like I said, it's not thankfully it's not really a thing that you need a ton of help with anymore. There's a lot of things that'll auto balance things for you and auto limit. And I actually think that like as much as I make fun of Elgato for different stuff, some of their stuff is really great. And I think especially for like people who are newer to this kind of stuff, like if they've never worked with audio and things like that before, there's a specific feature that Elgato has that I thought was really impressive and worked out really well, which was their I think it's like their it's called like auto clip or something like that. I forget exactly what it's called, but
it might be their noise gate.
What's that? No, well, their noise gate is actually pretty good, but it's like it's an automatic gain reduction that's built into the Wave XLR. That does really well. And I remember thinking like, it was so funny because I remember looking at it and just being like, God, if this had existed like 10 years ago,
right?
But it, I mean, that's just the way it goes. I mean, the technology gets better and all that stuff. And I think that's really cool because it's allowed people to kind of get in there and do the part they want to do, which is try to be like, entertaining or talk about something they're interested in and all that stuff. So then that's what technology is really for anyway, is to try to facilitate people getting in there and doing, the creative part of the fun part or whatever it is that they want to do. So that's always been really cool that like that stuff has gotten a lot easier to do. But yeah, I definitely think it helped overall after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, Elgato has their digital mixer, which, I was in that position where I'm just like, do I spend $300-$400 on a physical mixer, or do I just get a Stream Deck and have a digital mixer that does everything? Just if I have like high, overhead or something, which now PCs being what they are, and it's just like that's not as much of a problem.
Yep.
You just do it. So you're kind of hitting on a good point, is that to be a streamer yourself, you do the work of an audio designer, you do the work of a videographer, you do the work of like all these different disciples all in one. You've always had a really good design eye, and I've always been like, I see your thumbnails and stuff like that, I'm just like, where the hell did you learn how to do all that?
That's shocking, because that's something that I feel like literally every other person is better than me at. I actually joke all the time about how my my thumbnails and stuff are not, they're actually, in the sense of like, from like a growth perspective, they're not good, because I unfortunately use like, stylistically, I use stuff from like a long time ago that doesn't really work anymore. Because like nowadays, I think a lot of the good thumbnails are, big shocked face man, possibly AI generated shocked face man, glued to like the front of like a giant thumbnail of like if it was like a Kenshi video, I feel like, the Kenshi would be like somebody with limbs exploding and some man who's like in a diaper with a shocked face screaming on the thumbnail.
Like, unhinge your jaw and get that big snake mouth going on.
Yeah. You got to unhinge your jaw to eat a car, as they say. I don't know. Like I've never really, to my own detriment, I'm sure. I've never really played the game as far as like the thumbnails go, because like every time I've like gotten to the point where I'm like, I'm going to do this, I'm like, God, I hate this so much. And I'll just like can it and go for something more whatever. But, so because the thumbnail game, unfortunately, is pretty important for things like YouTube. Of course, It doesn't really matter for Twitch, but, it definitely matters for like YouTube and stuff. So.
Yeah, I've been
very unfortunate, but I appreciate that. Thank you for saying that they're good. I've never seen a lot of merit in them myself, and they actually frustrate the hell out of me, because I even joke all the time that whenever I'm like to myself, I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing with these. I was like, I've kind of just done the same thing for the longest time, maybe with slight variations, and that's just what I do, and that's it.
Dude, the truth of that is like I had a scenario where someone's like, oh yeah, hey, here's Mr. Beast's designer. They're going to do a thumbnail for us. I'm like, okay, let's A/B test it with my thumbnail. My thumbnail outperformed them.
Mm-hmm.
But like, that's because I worked at a much higher level, right? So for the smaller creator scene, I still haven't figured it out. I just had a video. I think it was getting deranked because I put a shot of Jeff Keighley on it. But when I looked at it at scale from like, step back, I realized, oh, that looks like a dick. It was because it's the shape of his head in the corner of the thumbnail, but it's pink, and I'm like, oh, that's why it didn't. Oh,
so, but yeah, that might do it. I mean, YouTube seems pretty sensitive to a lot of stuff nowadays, because the advertise. We all need to take a minute. Let's just take a second, because we all got to think of all those poor shareholders and all the poor advertisers, because it's tough. It's tough to be a shareholder, and it's tough to be an advertiser, and we gotta give them our prayers real quick. Make sure we just bless them just a little bit, because we gotta watch out for them. It's tough out there to be a advertiser and a shareholder,
right? And dictating what is being bought and sold through Visa and MasterCard.
I mean, and sometimes if your thumbnail looks like a penis, I mean, how are they gonna advertise Tide Pods now? Okay. You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? Like, I mean, now they can't even put Tide Pods because Jeff Keighley apparently looks like a penis. So, I mean, what are we going to do? The shareholder, they're having a meeting right now, probably. They're probably like, okay, certain people look like penis. What are we going to do about the Tide Pods?
Right.
Like, what AI can we put in to fix this, to fix the Tide Pod dilemma?
I can't sell my Coca-Cola.
Because I need to make sure the Tide Pod ads are seen on my videos.
You collaborate with an artist a lot on your channel and everything. Can you talk about your creative process and working with them?
Oh yeah, they over time they become a good friend of mine, and they've kind of retired from art as of a few years ago. So I won't name names, because I know that they're doing their own stuff and working on some new things. But the creative process, as far as that goes, in a lot of instances, I have a lot to thank to them for. Like most of the time, depending on the situation, because like it depends on what it is. Either it's something that I'll have an idea for and I'll send it to them and I'll say, hey, can we do X, Y, or Z, and whatever, like over the years. Or sometimes it would be a great idea that they came up with, and we talk about it. And normally it would just be a short conversation. Kind of, we maybe get on a call and hang out and chat about stuff. And we try to figure out, I think, in a lot of cases, something that's always been really important to me with like emotes and things like that was legibility.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's changed a lot recently, just because like animated emotes and stuff like that. But especially early on, a lot of Twitch emotes were just downright illegible. Couldn't tell what it was. And it would be like, I don't know, like channel name, fart. And it's just like some pixelated, weird, obscure, like butt and or something. I'm just like, what am I looking at? Like, what is this? Or it would be like some complex emotion that was shrunk down to 24 by 24. And it's like, if we had made like, I don't know, like bitter capitulation, and it would have been like some impossible to read emote that you would have never been able to, like, oh, wow, that's really good. That looks like a man looks like he's kind of given up, or maybe something. I don't really know. I see him down there. He's very small, but yeah, I'm like, so it used to be one of those things where like legibility was really important, and it was really hard to, I think, like get certain emotes down to a small size and all this stuff. And thankfully, once they rolled out like the emote enlarging and, everything was, you could basically just upload, 128s and it would scale them down, because you used to have to do them in each size and it was just miserable. And sometimes you'd have to like change the super small ones and like you'd have to make them slightly different because they were, they were completely, you couldn't read any of them. So, but in as far as the process goes, I mean, normally it would be either they come up with something that was like, hey, this might be a fun idea for the channel, or I would come up with something, especially for like themed months like October and stuff like that, when we do like spooky month and all that, it would be kind of a meeting that we would figure out. And this changed over the years. It got a little bit more like streamlined and stuff, because it used to be a little bit harder. And again, that was kind of also some of the tech limitations at the time for certain things. But, so it would basically be where we kind of meet up, we talk about it, and we figure out like what the theme we're going for. So for example, like this year for like spooky month, we did a 3D render of, it's all like all bits themed stuff, but we did like a kind of like an homage to the one of the stairwell areas in Resident Evil 1, specifically near, I think it's the west side of like the Spencer Mansion, and it's like there's a save room down at the bottom. And because I went to him and I was like, hey, is this do you think this is something we could do? Let's talk about like what we could put in there, and that actually came together pretty quick, because sometimes when the idea is there and when we have some good ideas for it right away, it can come together really quick. And then sometimes we'll flap back and forth for like 2 months because it's like, I don't know if this is going to work or if this is going to be interesting or like whatever. But they're fantastic. They've done amazing work over the years. I could not have done a lot of this without them as far as like asset stuff goes, because it's always been, putting everything together is one thing, but like, it's having somebody who's really creative, who has the ability to execute on this kind of stuff, as far as like from an artistic perspective or 3D modeling or like anything like that. It's been fantastic to have them available as a friend and, and as a coworker on that kind of stuff, just because it's just easy to just throw ideas at them and things like that and just figure out, like what you're going to do. I think that's like an important kind of relationship. I think especially going as we look at like more like AI art and stuff like that, and I see a lot more people resorting to it. And as much as I detest AI, I understand why some people go that route, because it's like, even, like they think that that's like the only option. And I think that there's a lot of people out there who are getting started in like content creation who like go towards that, and they see it as like, they don't have to interact with anybody. It's free, quote unquote, to them, which it really isn't. It's coming at the cost of something, so like it's they look at all these like different things, and these people are younger normally, and they think like, oh, well, screw it, I'll just do that. And they don't realize that like a lot of people are going to be turned away by that initially anyway, because they're going to see this and it's going to be like, oh, gross, AI, which is totally fair. That's what you should look at AI stuff as. You should be like, ugh, nasty. Like, because it looks weird. It's like all of it just has this look to it, and it's going to keep having that look to it for a good amount of time, I think, where it's still very discernible as being like this kind of gross AI thing. And I kind of feel bad for those people for thinking that that's like the only way to go about it, because I wish I could just tell them, I'd be like, dude, there's tons of artists out there who could absolutely do your emotes. They could do like some background art for you, and they probably wouldn't charge you a ton, because they're probably looking for work too, because this junk has impacted them, heavily too. So like they're looking for work. And then you could have, I think there's just something, I don't know, there's something to be said. Like I talked about this a long time ago about like, if you go to places like Nerd or Die, or like any of the sites that do, overlays and things like that, they have some really, really good stuff. I mean, they really do. Like some of it's extremely well put together, tons of options, tons of colors, tons of different schemes, and they're made by people. At least when I used to get some stuff from there, they were made by people. I'm sure some of them have started AI generating junk, but like the point is, for the longest time they were. And while those things are great, and it's like, oh, cool, I can spend like $30, to get this like pack or whatever, or 50 or whatever it was, that's cool. And those are really neat. And I always liked that stuff like that existed. But for me personally, I would take something, for me, this is just me, I would take something that was more minimal, that wasn't like as flashy and crazy and had all this transitions and all kinds of crazy stuff. I would take a good solid piece of background art that was themed for the channel. I would take that and nothing else. No chat boxes, no event lists, nothing like that. I would take that over any of that other stuff that was pre-built. Like any day, I'd much rather pay an artist, $100, $200, whatever it was, to get this like maybe background piece done for the channel or whatever it was to just keep for a while. Because I feel like even just that, if you throw away everything else, you could put like just a chat overlay on the screen that's kind of nice looking with a good font. You could put like a little event list that's maybe from like Stream Elements or whatever you're using, or Coffee, or whatever it is that you're using at the time. You could put all that up there, and I would probably enjoy looking at that, me personally, a million times over, seeing like, oh hey, it's that pack from Nerd or Die, or like whatever it is, like. So I just feel like I always prefer to see that personal touch. So I think that there's like that. I think it's really good for like, I think streamers to reach out to artists, because again, they need work too, and like their business has been impacted by AI art nightmare hell too. So like it's one of these like relationships that I think works really well when it's somebody who is a content creator of any type, to work with an artist, make friends with them, pay them for their work, because like I said, even some of them, even if they're getting started with it too, and they're cool with being like, dude, I'll do all your emotes for like $50 or something like that, because they're just getting started. And like, that works out well for the broadcaster. It works out well for the artist, because they're getting some work, like, to get out there, because then maybe people see it. And, one of the folks who I know that does art for another streamer's channel, they ended up blowing up basically because of their work for that streamer, because then when like other people saw it, they wanted to use them, and then other people wanted to use them, and it kind of like started this, and they ended up with a big long list of like a waiting list of clients, and just because of this streamer. And they weren't like particularly huge or anything like that. It was just that people who were getting into it that wanted emotes and stuff like that, they ended up going to them or requesting them, and they ended up with a big list of like a waiting list for their emotes and stuff. So yeah, I think that, I know this has spun off into a whole different kind of thing, but yeah, as far as the creative process goes, normally it's, it's mostly just kind of talking about like whatever the idea is. Like if I have an idea or want to do something in the future, we'll sit down and talk about it. And, we'll see if there's any like custom assets or anything like that they need to do. And then once, those are done, I'll have to go through and kind of assemble everything together and make sure it all works, which is always, even nowadays, even with the technology stuff getting a little bit better, it's still kind of a mess sometimes, and things will inevitably break, because I mean, that's just how it goes. But sometimes that's fun. It's fun when things break every now and again, because it's pretty crazy when it does every so often, as long as it's not constant. But it can be fun when it happens. So
this is why I knew you're going to be like great for the podcast, because like most of these questions are just to stimulate you, to get you like talk. And like you're just someone I can throw something at, and you're just like, oh, you want me to talk for 2 hours about the advantage of pickles? You got it. You're definitely a person. I learned that idea of like, having a like one good splash art is huge for a streaming channel, right? Because you got to think about like how the wall looks, right? When you go out on Twitch and you go into a category, it's a wall of things, right? If someone's looking at your stream while you're just starting, if they see a bunch of AI art, it's just going to look like a mess of just contrast and stuff, and it doesn't make sense. But then like, I always think about your Silent Hill background that you and that artist did, where it's like it's you holding the pipe, breathing heavily. I'm just like, that sticks out. If it's Halloween time,
that was one of my favorites.
Yeah, it sticks out. And then the new one too just looked great. And like, a few people coming over from your channel have commented on my emotes. Those emotes, Sugargun connected me with a guy named Yun Khan, who, I told him what he wanted. And because we talked and went back and forth, I ended up with a better product than if I had just gone and like made it myself or generated something, right? It's like that dialogue helps you kind of figure out what you want. Just like if you've ever done any freelancing, 90% of the time, the client doesn't know what they want. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's like you actually kind of get that dialogue going. You get a better product in the end just by working with someone,
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think that's something I've noticed actually with some artists who are newer too, that I think that I've talked to before about like frustrations when it comes to like commissions and stuff like that. And I've had to remind a couple people, I'm like, look, most people who are buying stuff have no clue what they want. They have like an idea, and they're going to think that that you can somehow like fill in that gap. And I think trying to figure out how to let them down gently and be like, listen, you're gonna have to tell me like specifically what you need, unless you really want me to just go off the rails. And then of course what happens is you go off the rails on a commission, and then they're gonna be like, well, this isn't what I wanted. And it's like, well, you didn't tell me what you wanted.
You didn't know what you wanted, right? Oh,
it's like, God. I mean, you gotta, I mean, I think that works out, like, cause like, you gotta, I think having like a conversation about it is pretty important, and making sure that like, cause like cohesion is another thing that I've always like tried to make sure was present. I didn't want to do like multiple channel artists for like emotes ever. I didn't want to do like, somebody doing the backgrounds, or somebody doing the emotes, and then somebody doing this, somebody doing that. It was just, because I never wanted things to feel like super disjointed. Because I've seen it with emotes before. It works out okay, I think, because like depending on what the emote is, sometimes a different style works out pretty well. So I've seen that for folks where they'll have like 2 or 3 different emote artists, and it works out okay. That can definitely work. And there's plenty of people who have different folks do like background art and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think cohesion is one of those things that's like really important. And I always like seeing when stuff is like well put together. So like some of the assets you have here, I think they work really well together. Like they, like if you look like your like start screen going into like your gameplay stuff, like everything fits. And I think that's important. Even if something like I said, like what I was talking about before, like if you're looking at like those kits and things like that, that is a big benefit to those, is that like, while that may be something that somebody else is using too, because they also bought it or whatever, the nice part is though that like there is that cohesion there, which is cool to see. Like, start screen be a certain way, and then the gameplay screen is going to be a certain way. And and another thing just on top of that, I guess, that kind of popped in my head as far as like working with an artist to do this stuff is I've had to at different points over the years, because I put so much, this is my fault. Like I would put so much emphasis on like a start screen or something like that. Cause I wanted it to be like a certain way or whatever. And, we talk about it for a long time. I finally came to the realization though, I was like, this is important. And it is like our background piece that's maybe like slightly blurred, or it's the starting soon screen or whatever. I was like, I also have to remember, depending on what we're doing, especially for something like in October, the percentage of time that is actually on stream it's pretty low. Like, so like when you look at it, I mean, it's 10 to 15 minutes at the start, and then it's, in the background for the rest of the stream. So that's the other thing to keep in mind too, is like, while you want it to be like really nice and everything like that, you also got to keep in mind that, don't go too crazy, because it's not going to be up there very much. But then when you factor in that it's up there for, if you're doing one for like a themed month, or if you're doing it for several months, that it will be up there. Like for example, the little Hailcat Firelink Shrine one that we have currently that we use like during like non-October stuff. That's, that was put together in a pretty short while, in my opinion. I think it came together pretty quick. But like when they were working on that, that one I knew was going to be up for like a couple months, and at least at a minimum. So, that one taking a little bit longer was cool. And so I think that's always worth considering too, is like how much work is going into this versus like how much, I guess, like how much like it's even going to be seen, and what's like the perceivable impact it's going to have on like a channel or something like that. So
yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous how many people don't really understand what a style guide is, or what branding is, and how it affects. And the way you know about, just you start calling out my stuff, which thank you. There's a certain degree of just kind of respect for your audience, that if you put that little bit of extra effort in to make it cohesive, you're kind of like almost thanking them for spending their time with you, by putting a certain degree of polish on these things. You're just like, you're sharing your time with me. I want to make sure it's worth your while, and you've always kind of had that towards your audience, where it's like, you want to make sure that everyone is happy and taken care of. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of those things where I just want, like, especially whenever we're doing something new, it's less like I want people to. I use October as a good example, just because that was the most recent thing. But like, I know I look forward to it like that month in general. I think it's like it's really fun, and of course, the AI sloppening and the, asset flip bonanza that's occurred in the last couple of years has certainly made the goofier parts of it tougher, just because, like, I mean, there's only so many times you can see the same gas station or crummy AI generated painting before you just lose your mind. But like, I want people to have that same kind of I don't know, like that same kind of experience, like the first time they see it, and like all through like October and stuff. I want them to just feel like it's I don't know, like it's a thing and it's an event and we're having fun, and like I'm excited about it. I want them to be excited about it, like, because I know other people look forward to it and all that. So like, it's more of just like delivering something, I think, that's fun and that people can just have fun with, and like, I don't know, it's just trying to keep it all like together. And I want people to have that moment of like, oh man, neat new start screen. We got new bingo things, and we've got like, maybe some new emotes, or we got like, whatever's going on. So yeah, it's the world sucks in a lot of ways. I could sit here for hours and talk about why the world is Poopville now, but like, whether it's like here in the United States or elsewhere, I mean, like whatever it is, it's a nightmare at the moment for a lot of people. And so it's like, I think just while I find it important to still talk about those things, just because like I've got a small platform, it's not a big one, but I've got a platform at all. So I feel like I need to talk about those kind of things like periodically, just because it's important, but I also try to make sure that, it's a good space to crack some jokes even about stuff like that, and kind of just move on, or, whatever it is. Cause it's to give people like a break from some of that. And I think that's important to give people some kind of, break from it. And in some cases, even like joking about it or talking about it can help too, because maybe it's somebody who, maybe doesn't get to talk to other folks a lot. Maybe they live like alone or whatever. And maybe just hearing an opinion or something, and kind of in the same vein as like maybe what they're thinking that they haven't gotten to talk to somebody about, maybe that helps too, just to hear like, oh, I'm not alone in thinking this, or other people are noticing this too, or, whatever it might be.
Right.
So,
this is all good segue to, no, go ahead.
No, I'm good.
No, this is a good segue
just
to
like a grunt, because my brain just like stuttered for a second. I was like, ugh.
I know. This is a good segue to, I'm going to jump ahead a couple of questions. Spooky month. Since we've been talking about it, it's basically a holiday for your stream. Like it's a 1 to 2 month holiday. What goes into planning that?
So Spooky Month ends up being, so there's a couple different components of it. There's the list, which is maintained by my channel artists, because they just love doing it. And I've told them before, I'm like, yeah, I can do. They're like, no, I just like doing it. I'm like, I think you like waiting through the garbage and laughing at it. I think that, so they kind of do that periodically throughout the year. And
there's an art form too.
I try to keep an eye out for.
You guys do it.
I try to keep an eye out on like Itch or like Steam or anything like that pops out that's like just interesting or whatever that might get kind of flung on there. So it's like this big list of just games and things like that are kind of broken into different categories. And when it comes to horror, some of my favorites are generally shorter experiences. I find things like I always use The Beast Inside as an example of like a triple B horror game that just goes on forever. And it's just like, to me, when horror games go on forever, it's very difficult to keep any of the spooky factor when you go on for that long. So it's one of those situations where I'm just like, you got to have a lot of finesse to pull that off. It's very difficult, I think, to take like a 6 to 10 hour experience and make it, interesting. So my favorite's always like kind of some of the shorter ones. So
yeah.
Throughout the year, they go through and look at stuff. The majority of it, I try to keep an eye out for things that might be interesting too, or maybe fly under the radar, and we'll have those added as well. So that's kind of like where the game front goes. We do like a big bingo thing. Normally that just involves kind of like updating it as the years have gone on. Because it's kind of been weird. If you looked at like the bingo from like 2020, it's actually a good bit different than the one from now, because there are tropes and things like that have already disappeared. Like we used to have like Jeff the Killer or like Slender Man and things like that on it, which those don't even really show up anymore. But those were like the big like meme horror games, back then. So like those don't really show up anymore. Or like Saturn eating his son, was one that would show up a lot.
Yeah.
It's like a painting. Yeah, and then it disappeared for a couple of years, and then we saw it again this year. So like, that's something that's kind of funny to go through and like update the bingo, because it's almost like a little like if you look at like the different years of it, it's like they're like little time capsules of kind of like what the gag is in terms of like what the horror scenes got going on.
Right. And
so it's like been updated every year. It was originally actually made, I think the very first bingo was actually made by Gigakuro, which is one of our moderators that I'm sure plenty of people here know. But I think it might have been him and somebody else who actually made the original bingo. And then from there, it started to, it was a thing that I took and was able to iterate on. We ended up having over the years, like so many entries have changed and stuff like that. So, so it's turned into like its own thing. So we do like the bingo, we do the game list. Then there's, the assets, which sometimes there's new emotes, sometimes there's not. We always kind of have the joke of like, we've done it for so many years now. It's like, how many more horror tropes as far as emotes go can we actually do? Do? Because we have, the mummies and the vampires and the, Frankenstein and the skeletons and all this other, the ghost. Like, it's like, so what other like silly horror media things can we do like, some fun interpretations of? So it's a little hard to come up with some new ones, but sometimes there's new emotes. It just depends on the year, as to like whether or not we're going to do like a new round of those. Otherwise the returning ones will just show back up. And then the start screen background art stuff normally takes a little bit more discussion because those are unique every year. Which I did have a discussion with my channel artist about this at one point, where it was like, we were talking about it, and we kind of came to the realization that what we do with like background art and stuff is actually, well, at least for the longest time was kind of unique, because a lot of people didn't do that. As far as like making like a new themed thing, like so often, I think it's become a little bit more. I think it's a little bit more present nowadays, but for the longest time,
you see it in the VTuber scene, because a lot of times VTubers will do it whenever they get a new outfit or they do a seasonal version of an outfit. And so they've adopted that idea. And like, that's the only other place I've seen it. A lot of people kind of run with the same look for a while until they refresh, and they kind of refresh out of necessity, where you preemptively refresh.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Sometimes.
It's hard. It's. I feel like it's gotten a little bit harder, just because, like, again, the longer anything goes on, the harder it gets to come up with like new fun things. But the cool part is, once you've done it for long enough, you can start doing throwbacks, which is cool. So it's like you could, like maybe we could do like I don't know, one that's like, let's say for in the future we could do like a revisit of like one of the earlier like spooky month starting screens and do like a new version of that or something. So it's one of those things where there's like potential to then revisit things, which is fun. And but as far as like any of the other stuff goes, so it's normally just a matter of making sure all the emotes are, because there's like the creative side of it, and then there's the development, I guess, of where it would be like any creations of like the start stuff or emotes or anything like that. And then there's the implementation portion of it, which is like just making sure everything fits, like making sure all the emotes are up, making sure all the channel assets are done and in the right spot, and making sure the start screen is all in there correctly, and like all this other stuff, because like there's a few other things as far as like the alerts, and there's so much that changes with a themed month like that it's it takes a little bit of time to get everything like kind of shifted over. And I've tried to like kind of standardize the workflow of it over the years, and like make it a little bit easier to like swap out like different alert banks and things like that. But I've used Stream Elements for a while now, and unfortunately they never made it super easy to do that. I mean, they kind of did, but like there's weird issues with it. So, and they've had their own issues with different stuff over the years. So it's and it ends up being a good bit of work, but the general process is just kind of making sure that we have a concrete idea for whatever the start screen is going to be, making sure we've got like a nice chunky list of games and things to visit and check out throughout the month. And it's definitely one of my favorite months as far as like streaming stuff goes. It could take a lot out of me just because the streams are a little bit longer, and they're normally chaotic just because of the nature of like weird indie horror games, even the good ones. So you're going through like 5 to 6, 7 hour streams of just sorting through the little trash of Steam and itch.io. So it's like, I don't know how you do it. I'm just like, I'm always amazed when I check back in, it's like 6 hours later and you're just still going. It's like, yep,
here we are. Same asset pack. I recognize this one. I don't know how you do that.
That's more of a more recent thing. And even that, in that instance, like I was talking about with like the bingo stuff, it's really funny because there's like asset packs that have come and gone on the bingo, and now we had to replace them with new asset packs that are
slightly different,
more popular. So, it used to be like HQ Residential House, which was used for all kinds of stuff. And now it's like, oh, it's the asset pack that Fears to Fathom used, or it's the, 612 gas station from Elbow Leoduro, or like, whatever it is that you look at and you're just like, yes, it's the asset pack we've seen 400 times.
I know there's such a weird evolution to it where it's gone from like, here's these Unreal asset packs. Now everything is PSX horror. Now everything is like going down this direction. Can you tell me about Hallway Flashlight?
Oh yeah. I mean, I could talk a little bit about that. I did not make that. That was that is all my channel artists who did that. And, they may have maybe a new moniker at some point that I can refer to them as. Cause I know they're trying to, like I said, they retired mostly from the art stuff. So they're doing some game development things. And, but they, originally Hallway Flashlight was a joke about, years and years and years ago, joked about making a game that was basically, at the time, what we saw a lot of in terms of like indie horror was like, it was just a crappy first person perspective, and it's just some dude with a flashlight in the bottom right corner, and it looks like crap, and it's glossy and horrible looking, and probably made in like Unreal 4 or something, or Unity, whatever it was at the time. And you just stumble through the hallways, and Ooga Boogas come out at you just like, and you're like, all right, great. And like, I was like, I love how, this is basically like these games could just be called Hallway Flashlight, because like that's what you do. You're just stuck in a hallway. They give you a dumb flashlight and you go bumble through a corridor and jump scared by God knows what, and then go on to the next game that's just as stupid and just as ridiculous. So that went on for a little while where we just kept making the joke about Hallway Flashlight, and then the gag was like, we're going to make a video game called Hallway Flashlight. And then they decided to take it upon themselves to actually make the very first Hallway Flashlight, which was pretty hilarious, and it was like kind of just a fun project just to make. And then they made the second one, which was like a real ass crazy video game, and then they made the third one effectively, which was even more of a real ass video game, which just beyond impressive. And even looking back at it, and you can see the VODs of it. It was in the very very first night of Spooky Month. I mean, like I even told him at the time, I was like, this is like what you've done here, because it was all made completely original assets and everything. This, none of it was taken from anything, basically. It's like, I was like, this is just a real ass video game. I was like if you subbed out all the bits, lore and crazy channel jokes and all that stuff, I was like, and you just made it like its own original story that was like separate, I was like, it's just a real ass video game. I was really like, this is something that you could see for sure on itch, that I would assume would do, pretty well, or maybe even listed on like Steam or whatever, that I think people would in general probably enjoy. So, it's one of those things that like, it was certainly, it wasn't surprising to see, in the sense of like, I knew I knew that they could, like that I didn't think they could do it or something. Like I knew that they'd be able to, do that kind of stuff in no time, because they're just very talented in general. But like, it's definitely one of those things that it's just in a roundabout way, looking at both of those games, like the two more recent ones, they're kind of like this weird little like time capsule of like Bitter Bits, like jokes and references and all kinds of different things that I think is really cool. And so like, if that's something that, you haven't seen, like going back and watching the one from last year and then the one this year, it's just kind of crazy to look at those and see, like, they're almost like little time capsules of like all these different jokes and things that have been made. And they're kind of crazy to see, just to, not only do they show like all the wild crap that's gone on over the years, it's also, like I said, it's a real ass video game. It's super, like, it plays really well. It's, it's fun. It was obviously fun enough for me to go back through and try to like speed clear it, so they're really good. I mean, they're very well put together, and I think that they're going to do a fantastic job when it comes to the game dev stuff in general, because they already have. I mean, clearly those two projects are awesome. So whatever they do next is going to be really cool, I think. So
I know I'm looking forward to seeing it. It's super rare, and it's really cool to see someone who like put that much effort into something and actually learned, polished, and improved incrementally. Right.
Oh yeah.
So your storytelling has always been on another level. Like, you tell stories and I'm like fully immersed. I'm laughing my ass off. And usually I'm quoting them to myself weeks later when people are like, what the hell are you talking about? Where'd you learn how to do that?
I don't know if I really, learned it anywhere. I would say, like, I'm trying to think if there was anybody who was like a good storyteller, like in my family or something like that. But I think I just used to tell stories at work and stuff like that. And like, maybe over the years, I kind of noticed like what people paid attention to and like when people weren't paying attention. Mm-hmm. But mostly I try to just describe things as they're going on in my brain when like I'm observing something, just because I kind of like, especially when things are playing out in front of me, if it's not something that's like critical or it's a safety concern, it's mostly like, I don't know, like I kind of just like play it out in my head, almost like I'm watching like some kind of stage performance of people, of people just doing like crazy stuff. And I don't know, like over the years, I tried to just tell the stories as like, I guess how I'm seeing them kind of play out in my head based off like the actions that are happening, in front of me or whatever. So like, you end up in a situation with people just doing something weird or, whatever it is. And like, I think sometimes the reason maybe I think it happens to everybody. I think everybody has these moments of just strangeness that go on in their life. But sometimes I think you can either get caught up in like being angry about it or sad about it or whatever it may be, like whatever your reaction was. But for me, in a lot of cases, I just look at these events and I'm just kind of like, what a weird moment. And I try to like kind of recap that moment like in my head and just tell people, what happened. Because one of the most frustrating things for me, I think growing up, whenever I was telling a joke or something like that, was I absolutely cannot stand you had to be there moments. They're inevitably going to happen because there are just times where you absolutely have to be there. And so those drove me crazy when I was younger because I was just like, I'd be so frustrated because I'm just like, God, this was such a ridiculous thing. I just wanted to like to understand it to a degree of how wild it was to see it happen or whatever this insanity, was that we were looking at. And so I don't know, maybe it's like my desperate attempt to try to solve the you had to be there situation by trying to paint the picture for everybody and maybe tell it from like my perspective so people can kind of put themselves in my shoes for a minute and pretend like they're there watching this chaos unfold, whether it was trying to get an Impossible Whopper or whatever it was, like, because like there are those moments, like normally something like that, I would say like actually the Impossible Whopper story is a good example where even on the way back, I'm thinking about it and I'm like, how in the world am I going to tell this story so that people can feel like this weird ire that the person at the counter had because like they just do not care. And I don't blame them for not caring because why would you? I mean, like who gives a shit about any of this? And like my reaction to it, and then the people that are there with me, and like just the concept of like waiting all this time and this is walking up there, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I'd like to try the Impossible Whopper, please. And this lady just hitting me with, oh, we had it, impossible. And I'm like, what a sentence! Like, I mean, like that sentence alone, like I'm just sitting there thinking about it for a second. I'm like, incredible. That's like what a sentence that a human being has now been forced to say because of this stupid product. So like, I don't know, there's a lot of aspects I think to stories sometimes that are like that maybe like we don't notice or whatever because, and that's happened to me plenty of times where I've been like pissed about something or I've been like angry about it or upset about it in some way or whatever it might be that like you kind of miss the weird nuance of like human interaction. It's just these strange moments that we have sometimes where it's like, if you stop and you really look at it and you go like, what are we doing? Like you can kind of see like the humor in it, I guess, like where you're just kind of stopping for a second, and just thinking about it, you're like, yeah, this is crazy. Like, and maybe trying to somehow, I don't know, recount the craziness. I personally never seen myself as like a good storyteller or anything like that. I appreciate that. You're
amazing.
It's just one of those things that like maybe it comes from the frustration of trying to try to always get away from the, well, you just had to be there. Cause it's like, well, no shit. So of course it would be funnier if I was actually there. Like that's the whole point of like trying to tell somebody something is like to hit them with this tale that they weren't there for. Because if we just said, well, you had to be there for everything, then I guess we wouldn't have much in terms of like history or stories or anything. They'd be like, how'd the United States start? Like, it was like 17 something. You just had to be there. Don't worry about it. Like
just a bunch of
whatever,
drunk guys. They wrote on some paper. Some shit happened.
Yeah, something happened. We don't really know. They're like, how did the continents like separate back in the day? Be like, well, I mean, tectonic plate. You just had to be there.
You just had to be there.
Nobody was there. But like, wow, you just had to be there.
Yeah, does dinosaurs? You just had to be there.
Yeah, you just had to be there to see Brachiosaurus just eating a leaf or something. I don't. You just had to be there, man. Nobody.
Jesus
whatever.
on the cross. He just had to be there.
You did. Then you had to be there, and then you had to get written out of the story because it didn't fit your narrative. So yeah, I mean, you just had to be there. You just had to be there.
Luigi brings up like one of my favorite stories is the Pizza Hut story. Do you have a favorite story, or at least a handful of them that like always resonate? Because like you could have a full YouTube channel of just shorts of you telling your stories.
I don't know if the Pizza Hut story was like one of the worst cascade of like stereotypes I think I've ever seen in my life. Because I don't know what it was, but like because stereotypes suck. They're terrible. Right. Like they're one of those things that's just like it's these gross simplifications of like entire groups of people or whatever. They're ridiculous. Mm-hmm. But it was like in this particular moment, every dumb, damn near made up stereotype at this point, because half the time it's just people being jerks. And like it was such a cascade of monumental failure that I've seen on like a human level over the dumbest possible thing you could ever imagine, which was pizza. Like this wasn't like a car accident where people were arguing. This wasn't like a robbery. This was like 3 or 4 different people going to pick up a pizza at a Pizza Hut that was the size of a shoebox. I mean, like it was the tiniest establishment ever. And all these people going in there were all like crammed in there like sardines. And so I don't know if it was just like the absolute worst in people was I don't know if like the worst was just coming out of people because we're just crammed in this little shoebox. And like, I'm just hysterically laughing in the back because there was this moment where it was an Indian family, and it was this guy and his wife wasn't saying much. She was just kind of there. And these children are just going absolutely insane. And it was mainly the kids that I'll never forget, because like everything else, whatever, this one lady's going absolutely ballistic and just screaming and getting like nuts over her like pizza not being ready. There's like this older guy who is just completely abdicated. He's just quit. He's given up on life. I think he's just resigned that he will never get his pizza and he's just going to die there. And then, but this Indian dude was like up at the counter, and he started like, the girl at the counter was so done. Like, and again, anybody that's ever worked food service, don't blame me. I've been there. I get it. I've been done. Believe me. Nobody in that field gets paid enough to deal with any of this crap. This guy's like giving her a hard time. And then he like starts complaining about all kinds of stuff, whatever. They like hand a pizza that belongs to someone else to this person. They like set it on the bench for a minute that's behind us. And one of the kids just cracks open the box and steals a piece and runs out the door. And I will never forget the look on that child's face of pure glee at his thievery. He looked like that's what I must imagine like any Elder Scrolls protagonist looks like when they steal something. Like it's just this moment of bucket on the ecstasy where you're just like, hell yeah, I got the fork. I'm out of here. Those kids stealing that pizza, and this man who is just arguing with this person at the counter turns back. He sees the theft happen. He sees the thievery. He sees one child open the box and the other one grab it, and they run out the door. And like all our shops, they have like the little like bell at the thing. It wasn't like one of the digital ones they have. It was literally a bell. So it's like, bing, bing, like you can hear these children like dingling the bell. And there was a glass window in the front. You could see right into the store from like the breezeway outside. And so you just see this child waving this pizza in his like hand, running away. And then he just runs out of like the frame basically that we can see. And the noise that came out of me was like of laughter and disbelief of just like, because like, I mean, I'm just dying at the fact that this child just stole a pizza. It wasn't even their pizza. I think this was intended for the man or the lady who was screaming, but somehow it ended up on that bench. I don't even know what happened to it. It was like, I've never seen a moment. And the man turned around. He stared at it for a second. He heard the ding-a-ling. He sees the children run. He doesn't even acknowledge it. Without missing a beat, he turns back around to the lady at the counter and continues arguing with her about the exact same thing. that he was arguing about before. And I'm just like, holy crap. I was like, that child just stole that pizza and no one cared. That man just did not even miss a beat and went straight back into what, like, it's almost like he himself had resigned, that the children were completely out of control and that was just, he had just given up. So I just, the Pizza Hut story was, that one was so long ago at this point that like even some of the details of it are foggy to me, but like that was probably one of the biggest cascades of just like everyone failing on a I left that. I didn't even get a pizza. I just left. I think I paid for it, but I'm pretty sure I just left. Because like it was never going to happen. Like I was like the last one in line. Maybe I did get my pizza. I don't even remember at this point, but it was either that or maybe the Impossible Whopper story was pretty fun too. That was like such that was such a mess of just like the dumbest thing ever. Oh, that I left and ordered Domino's. Thank you for reminding me. I couldn't remember if I even got the pizza at this point.
Yeah,
I think I maybe it was a pickup or something, so maybe I didn't pay for it until I didn't actually pick it up. But yeah, it was just that's probably one of the more ridiculous stories that's probably ever happened to me. I don't know if anything ever like that in particular is going to happen ever again.
I don't know. Every time I show up to your stream, and the first start of your stream, you always have some new story, and they always feel like they're on the same level. You set up the scene, you set up the characters. You know, there's something interesting about it. One thing you always do is we used to joke that there is a dictionary of Nickisms. Mm-hmm. Where did that come from? Or where does the Nickisms?
That was probably somebody in chat's fault for just putting together a dictionary of Nick-isms. Do you mean like why I started doing it?
Yeah, let's do it that way.
I don't know really. That's just something I think I've always just like made up silly words and but somehow not silly enough that you wouldn't maybe know what I was talking about. I don't know. I know people were putting together a collection of them at some point and kind of have over the years, but like I don't know. There's just times where I feel like the actual word would not do it justice or doesn't sound stupid enough to convey. It's like the long drive, for example. Oh, like yeah. I would never say that what the character in that does when you crouch is crouching or stealthing anyway or anything like that. I mean, it's scrungling. Like that's what they're doing. There's no word to describe watching the human body collapse into a puddle and start crab walking under a car. There's really not any way. I mean, I don't know how I would describe that. Like other than like they're just scrungling around. I mean, like, right. What is that? Like, that's not something that happens in reality. You can't just collapse into a puddle and then get under a car. I mean, I suppose you could if you just deleted your bones, but like, otherwise, yeah, you're not going to be doing that. So I just feel like sometimes I could sit there and I could try to like just tap the vocabulary and come up with maybe a better descriptor. But I feel like sometimes just a stupid, silly made up word that maybe people know what I'm talking about is. Sometimes people don't. And that's fine because I'm cool with sometimes just catching people off guard with some made up word that they're just sitting there like, what is this idiot talking about? But, you know, I guess, yeah, I don't know where that like really came from. I think it's like something I've kind of always just done. That's just one of the weird ways I talk, I guess. I don't know because I can't say that really came from anywhere.
Yeah,
in particular, I suppose.
It's something that's always taught my interest because I'll be like second stream monitor and I'll hear you say something. I'm just like, excuse me, can you define that? Can you explain that? And then I'll look over. It's like, somehow this made sense. I don't know why it does. Do you have any favorites or any ones you go to? Like Strungoloid is definitely one.
You know, I don't know how many times I've actually said Scrungoloid. I know Scrungoloid's been said a lot more lately because Rogue, who's actually right there in chat, took a GIF from I think it was what is it, the Shoe Body Bop or whatever it's called. I think that's what it is. Of them like sitting around the ritual circle or whatever. Talking about that was the Scrungoloids summoning the stream to start or whatever, and that's really hilarious because that video is just funny on its own anyway. But I can't think of any that I feel like I say squinch a lot, and that's like
squinch.
That's like a level of like compression to get inside of something that like I don't know, like if you ever like had to Okay, so here's a good example of having a squinch. All right, so you ever been like you've been driving, right? And your phone falls out of your pocket, like in between like the seat and the middle console. To get your phone out, you're probably gonna have to squinch your hand in real tight
like
to
not
get it between the seats.
Don't just reach, but like you do the thing where you kind of flatten the side of your body so you can reach in for some reason.
If you're like reaching your hand in there, like it almost hurts to get it in there. Like God, and you're like getting, you're like I got it, and you're just like you probably like halfway destroyed your hand to get it in there.
Which you could have just totally waited.
Compress it.
Yeah. No, I get that entirely. You could have totally waited until you stopped and parked, but you're just like, I must do this now.
Right.
It will be mine, my precious.
Alexis brought up one, which was schlemp too, which I've always thought that like schlemp was actually a word, and I'm pretty sure it is, but I was just like misusing it. So like, I'm pretty sure that was already a word, but yeah, I've used like schlemp a decent amount in the past too. And it was just like the feel. Schlemp was like this expression or feeling of like utter disdain, but like at the same time, confusion, and like you could leave, but you're still going to stay there and do it anyway. So like if you're feeling like, I don't know, schlemp towards like a game or something, it's like, well, this sucks and it's all terrible, but I'm just going to stick with it anyway because I'm just an idiot. So I don't know, I guess I try to think of like when I would use certain things, but yeah, no, I think scrungle has been used a decent amount in the last, I'd say like the last like 6 months. I don't know. There's probably other stupid words that I've said.
I still remember when we saw the Bogo's Vinted video, and immediately we're like, "That's niche. That's niche. Bogo's Vinted."
I still love that video. That's so good. It's actually been kind of like fun to see some of the more like absurdist word humor kind of pop up here and there, because there is like a weird there's like a weird sense of like camaraderie I have when I see like a video like that pop up, because I joke about it being more common nowadays than it used to be, but it's not really. I mean, I think it's still just kind of some absurdist type humor, but I don't know. I see some of it and it makes me kind of happy because I'm like, I'm glad somebody else's brain is broken the way mine is. So we're over here using just made up words that make no sense. So that's good.
Yeah, the content farm on YouTube is just garbage right now, especially with, as we mentioned, the AI tools pumping out just rehashed trash. Are you still making content for YouTube right now, or are you just focusing on streaming and VODs?
That's mostly just streaming and VODs right now. I'd say like the short form video thing, because this is a whole rant, is like I did TikTok for a while. I tried that because I was reluctant to do it, and then I did it, and it actually did pretty well. I got to their not partner status or whatever it's called, or I forget whatever their thing is, where you get past a certain number of followers or whatever. We hit that pretty quick, and I kept posting stuff, and like I don't know, like the problem with TikTok was that I didn't use TikTok at all. Like I literally had never watched a single thing on it. So I kind of felt like I was just going through the motions with doing that, where I was doing it just for the sake of doing it. Right. I also noticed that like videos would do extremely well there sometimes, and I feel like it was not disheartening, but it was kind of expected to. I feel like if there's going to be like this big translation between like viewership on one platform and then another, that it's either going to happen on a massive scale or it's not going to happen at all. Because I could probably count on one hand the number of people that came over to the stream around that time that were like, oh, hey, I saw your short on TikTok or whatever it was, and I came over here. I remember a few people during like Tears of the Kingdom and things like that. Like there were a couple people that came over, and I would say I don't think like any of them stayed. I think maybe it was like a short-lived thing, because unless you're like live streaming on TikTok, you have to think like the difference, which I mean, they made that harder and harder as time went on too, because it originally you could use an RTMP stream key for it. So like you could effectively just do it all from OBS, and then they wanted you to use like their app for it and all this stuff. And it was just, you had to like request like an RMT or an RTMP key or whatever it is. And then, they, I don't know, like that just got weirder and weirder, because it was like, oh yeah, use our app for it. And I'm like, I'm not downloading this thing. Like, this is crazy. So I tried it a couple times and I didn't really do much anything. And, the short form stuff there was, it was fine. It was doing pretty well. Like I wasn't like super unhappy with it, but it was like, like I said, it didn't matter if it did well. It could do like, 100,000 views on it or whatever, and it didn't really translate to anything. So I'm just like, okay, like that's cool, whatever. So
Right.
and it was kind of the same thing with YouTube Shorts, which Shorts are a little bit better because like on YouTube, and I'm not really praising them because they're their own weird mess, but they're a little bit better because they have a bit more longevity, I feel like, than like TikTok uploads do, at least from what my experience was with it over the course of several months. Like I noticed that like, there was a couple of them that still would get comments like to this day from people like kind of stumbling across it. Like there was a silly one I made about another crab's treasure, and one of the pieces of soundtrack sounding like windshield wipers on a rainy day, which is such a stupid and obscure reference, but apparently enough people heard that too and were like, oh, that's funny. Like, but there's still people who like comment on like that one nowadays, which is weird because that was uploaded, a while ago. And or those like new likes and views and stuff on it, which is cool. But so YouTube Shorts are a little bit better. I'm trying to work on. I've had a few different things in the works over the years as far as like produced stuff goes, but I am kind of my own worst enemy when it comes to that, because I feel like I don't think that sometimes the things I'm either writing or saying or whatever it is are particularly funny. Because I don't view myself as like a super funny person. I know I can say funny things sometimes, but like that's not like how I view myself. So there's times where like I kind of get in my own way for this, where it's like I'll be like writing a script or something like that. And I've done a couple of them before. And the problem was I never really stayed super consistent. Like I did like a review for a small indie game at the time called Death Trash, which was fun to do. It was fun to sit down and kind of write like a small review for that. And I know the person who made Death Trash was appreciative of that, because that game never really got a lot of attention, and it was pretty neat. It's still in development to my knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And then around the same time, I did like an old like retro review of like Star Trek games that were on like the Super Nintendo and Genesis and things like that. And that was pretty fun to do too. There was definitely a lot of problems I had with it by the time I put it out, but stuff like that I wouldn't mind doing more of. And I've worked on different things over the years, but it's like I said, I always get in my own way with it, where I look at it and I'm like, this isn't funny, or this isn't whatever. And I think everybody should have like a healthy amount of self-criticism, but sometimes I think especially when it comes to stuff like this, it's you can definitely get in your own way by doing too much of that. And I find myself doing too much of that sometimes, I think, where I'm just like, dude, just finish it, like, and just put it out. People are going to like it. They're not, whatever. There's tons of projects I just haven't quite finished. But no, as of right now, it's just streaming and then uploading the VODs, and VODs really don't do much in terms of like growth or anything like that. They're mostly there for like, people to go back, because I know that like the streams sometimes have important things happen on them, or there's something really fun that somebody liked, and I want to make sure that that's all available to people. If they're like, oh, I really love that one playthrough or something like that. Like maybe it wasn't like super important to me at the time, or whatever, or maybe I do look back fondly on it or something. It was fun, and I want people to be able to be like, because I know how like that can be sometimes, is like going back to something that you enjoyed, and like, depending on where you are at your life or in your life or whatever, if things are just kind of crappy, like sometimes it's good to go back and watch, something from a few years ago that maybe they appreciated, and like maybe I didn't see the value in it, but I kind of have it there for folks to go back and be like, oh, hey, I loved when this playthrough happened, or whatever it was. So I try to make sure that it's all there. And I've also said before that it's like it's weird, because it's kind of like, in a roundabout way, it's like proof that at least we were here, like we did this thing and we were all together, and we yucked it up and laughed about this game, and had a good time playing it, or whatever it is. And I don't know, it's kind of just like proof that it happened. So it's cool to have like the VOD channel for that, I think. Just as for a way for people to go back and watch things from before, or even for my own mental sanity, to look at this and be like, geez, right, we've been doing this for 85,000 years now. So it's
right.
That's about it for right now. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's good to look back and see all that stuff. But no, there's nothing. I mean, I am working on like a couple things right now. I've got a few ideas for like videos. I'll just have to make sure I don't get in my own way and just actually finish them and do them. So there's a couple things I've had ideas for or whatever that I'm working on a little bit, but and it's something that I've wanted to do for years now. So I'm trying to get back on the boat for that. But as we all know, world's crazy, stuff sucks, and you kind of just get worn out with everything. You're like, ugh.
Right. No, I've talked to you in the past. Like you've been like, "Hey, what do you think of my stream? What do you think of this?" And you're like, "You're doing great. Just keep going." And it's very much a thing of like, yeah, imposter syndrome kicks in. You get paranoid about things. You get in your own head, and like sometimes you just have to go and let it be what it's going to be. Lower your expectations and let it be what the product is. Right? If you put your effort in and it did what it did, it's like, well, you put your effort in, right?
That's all you can do sometimes because you can't force it. So
right. Which leads me to a question. Have you had a video go viral? Did anything come from it, positive or negative?
Yeah, I've had a few actually that I think took off to some extent. One of the funnier ones was when I made a parody video of the One Punch Man thing for Dark Souls 3. That was pretty stupid. That was a long time ago. And funniest part of that was there was no growth that really came from it. However, GameSpot did steal my video, which was really funny. I remember that happening because what they did was like they took it. They did credit me, but then they edited the video, which was weird. And I was like, I mean, this is just a stupid parody anyway. So like, I don't care that much, but like whatever. And there was like a lot of weird backlash. I remember in the comments for that, even though I said specifically that, of course, like I cheated to do it. Like that was the whole point, was like, it was just a quick, stupid, silly cinematic montage of walking up and punching bosses. But, and you can do that technically in Dark 3. Like there's plenty of ways to, buff stack and like actually just delete bosses in one hit. But for the sake of the video, it was very clearly like I was very clearly cheating to do it. And people like, this not legit. How dare you, whatever, besmirch the Dark Souls name or something. Like, I don't remember all these ridiculous comments, but I remember there was a lot of
Miyazaki's feelings as he's
wiping away
the
sure
tears.
Miyazaki was weeping. Yeah. He was like, I see it, every time I dream, I see its face and it's just cheat engine. Like, and so Miyazaki's just, weeping over his $45 pizza or something that he's eating from his massive success. I'm sure he's crying over the One Punch Man parody. But yeah, I remember that one taking off, and that was kind of weird. I don't know if anything else is like, well, there have been other instances of some videos that have like popped off or whatever, but yeah, no, that's the weird part with Twitch, is that sometimes like it is definitely not a one-to-one translation in terms of like you could do pretty well on YouTube, and nowadays if you make the migration to Twitch, sometimes it just doesn't go as well for certain people. I've seen people with hundreds of thousands of subs that will move over to Twitch to maybe only like 100 average viewers. So it really depends on exactly like what type of content you're doing and how well you can do stuff live that may still appeal to those people, or even getting them to know that you stream in the first place is somehow impossible, because like maybe you put it at the wrong part of the video where nobody ever knows, or you try to make a video to tell people about it and they get mad because they're like, oh, another person jump into Twitch or like whatever, or like I don't know, like, it's so weird. And like YouTube streaming exists and it's its own weird animal, and there's definitely complaints I have about that. And I think that like this is a whole different topic, but
no, go.
It might come up later. But I think the prevalence of like simulcasting has actually hurt people more than it's helped at this point, because I think I kind of joked about this with Twitter, because before Twitter turned into a garbage dump like it is now, like and of course other things popped up. There was like Mastodon and all this other stuff initially, and then Blue Sky kind of was the go-to, I suppose, finally. But it took a little bit too long, probably in my opinion, and I don't think enough people actually jumped ship. So what I talk about sometimes is like when YouTube was the content upload portal, that was where you were going to upload produced stuff. When Twitch was the live portal, that was where you were going to watch things live. And this is not saying that YouTube streaming didn't exist, but at the time, like nobody cared, right? Like nobody was streaming on YouTube that was trying to do anything serious. And, as far as like community engagement stuff where you would like maybe talk to other content creators, or you would talk to game developers, or you would talk to whoever it is that you're trying to interface with, whether you're trying to do promotion for a game, or you're trying to like reach out to whoever, you would probably go to like Twitter, because everybody was using Twitter. So as far as like the posting and like maybe sending a message here and there. And then Discord was added to the mix around 2016, 2017 when it started to get picked up. So all of those things together, they worked out pretty well, I think. Like in terms of like the ecosystem of it being kind of like Discord for like community forum style like interaction. And then you had Twitter for like your kind of short form post where you would maybe send a message to this developer or another streamer or something like that if you wanted to do something or whatever. And then you had YouTube where you would upload stuff, and then you had Twitch where it was kind of like the live portal for everything. And I feel like that ecosystem worked out pretty well. And because people knew where to look and where to go. I think the other thing that like newer content creators and really everybody struggles with now, if that's any help, is that everything is kind of all over the place. Cause like, you've got people who are simulcasting to TikTok and Twitch and Kick and YouTube and all these things. And it's just like, God, it's like, that's so many just for your live streams. And then it's like, where can you find me where I'm posting random nonsense? It's like, I mean, it could be Instagram, it could be Blue Sky. They could be on Twitter still. They could be, wherever, doing that kind of stuff. Cause there are plenty of people who post just a picture on Instagram, but then the actual like content of the post is what they're trying to say or whatever. So like you're looking at all this different stuff and it's like, I don't even know where to like, and then you've got people. So then you have to do like a damn link tree to tell people where you're at. And it's like, those have been proven not to work great because anytime anybody, like every extra layer of abstraction lowers the likelihood that someone is going to continue pursuing whatever it is. So like if they like a clip on Twitch and then they have to click like another link to get to somewhere and then they have to do like a link tree and then it shows all the bullshit and they're like, fucking I don't care.
Right. It's the limit of frustration.
Like, I'm 3 clicks deep. I'm done. Like, it's just like, and it's not like that's not a dig against anybody. It's just that people, they ain't going through all that. They're not going to sit there and click through like 9 times unless they're just like 100% so excited to come and watch another streamer. And it's just weird. It's weird. Like the ecosystem of social media sucks so bad now because it's fanned out everywhere. And it's not fanned out in a good way where it was like sites that were all kind of coming up at the same time, competing with each other and try to like outdo each other on features. It's more or less just these like gross, there's these pits that like certain people fall into, then other people fall into this, because we joke about like the caliber of people that are probably streaming on Kick. It's like
Jesus,
and you're like, but that's another place that like people are just throwing it out there. They're just broadcasting into it because whatever. I mean, it's another place that they might get some eyes on them, and like I can't blame anybody for doing that because it's, I mean, what else are you going to do? You got to put out everything wherever you can. And inadvertently, I think what ends up happening is like, because so many people do that, it makes it even harder to ever find anybody. Cause I mean, like if you ever pay attention into chats and things like that nowadays, a lot of folks are like, oh yeah, I only really watch so-and-so and maybe one other person.
Right.
And that's, you see that, I see that a lot. And that sucks because like, there's tons of people who are really good at, being entertaining and fun and they stream consistently. And it's like, yeah, but I only watch like so-and-so and I don't really like, go seek out anything new.
But that so-and-so is like Mr. Beast or something, right? Where it's like, it's someone huge who does not need the view.
Or it could be like, it could be anybody. I mean, it could be like literally anyone of any size that they could just look at and they'd be like, yeah, I really only watch them, which is, it's such a shame because it's like, the platforms themselves have never done a great job of, I think, kind of promoting people or really anything. I mean, like even like an example, we did a front page thing not too long ago with Dark Souls 1 randomizer, which was really fun, really chaotic. Saw like a bunch of follows and stuff from it and whatever. But the problem with that was, even sitting there with thousands of viewers sitting on the front page and it seems like it's going pretty well, the return viewer rate from that was really low. Like almost non-existent. So I think there was maybe like maybe a handful of people that showed up after that to see that playthrough maybe to the end. And then that was it. So, it's one of those things where it's like, it's tricky to, I don't know, like it's hard to figure out like what to do in certain things with the space now, just because it's so spread out and things are just strange, and it's hard to figure out where people are sometimes. Like, and that's not really the content creator's fault. Like, that wouldn't be like your fault if it was hard to, see, okay, well, where's Fenris on this and that kind of stuff. And it's like, I mean, it's just tough to figure out where people are sometimes, unless you're just blowing it up constantly, because again, they could be anywhere. They could still be using Twitter. They could still be using this. They were using Blue Sky. They were using, maybe they're on Instagram more, maybe they're on TikTok more, maybe they upload their shorts to, whether it's the reels on Instagram or whether it's TikTok things or whether it's YouTube shorts. It's like, where are these people? Like, where are they going? So
there's a few key problems.
It's tough, I think, for viewers to figure out where people are sometimes. And all that.
Yeah, there's a few key problems. Like when it comes to like social media, Twitch and the other sites, they're all incentivized in keeping you locked into their platform, right? So they're trying to solve everyone else's function, so that way you have no reason to leave. That's why Twitter, now allows for streaming, right? Because they're trying to compete with TikTok, and TikTok's trying to do this. And so they de-incentivize cross-pollination, right? Because they don't want it, right? It's to the point where, like, if you were going to stream today, I was going to set up share chat with you, right? But, Twitch has set up share chat rather than being just share chat, which is great, to be streamed together, which is a Discord alternative, right? Which is like, does Twitch need a Discord alternative? Hell no, because Discord exists, right? So it's like it's wasted resources. But to them, they're trying to be competitive with Discord, right? And then there's also a thing to be said about overextending yourself. I didn't do that.
No, I think my thing was hooked in because I did open OBS at one point. So
I guess maybe someone redeemed something.
I guess I don't know. I think the stream. I think it was like hooked in. So I've had that happen before, where I had like my little streamer bot thing running, and like the lights will change. I'm like, what is happening? And it's like some resub or something. I'm like,
you're just sitting there, and something happens behind you. You're just like,
it scares the absolute crap out of me, because I'm like, what? I'm like, what are we? Oh god. It's terrifying.
I don't know if you've heard this. In web design, there always used to be like it was a 3-click rule, right? If you can't get to your information within 3 clicks, it's too much, right? And that used to be I think it was a 10-second tolerance, and now I think it's down to like a 3-second tolerance. Where if people can't find,
never actually heard that.
Yeah, if people can't find their information, it goes into like UI UX, right? And I think we're actually seeing that right now, because everyone is flooding with so much crap, right? And to actually get what you want, people are getting frustrated, right? Because it's like, well, I just want to go buy this thing. Well, you're getting shoved an AI ad in your face first, and then you have to click off that and then go through this other thing. Oh, to get actually to check out, that's like 5 different clicks. It's like, we're seeing that with content creation, where it's like, I just want to watch Nick.
Right.
What does it take to just go watch Nick? Oh, I want to find a new streamer. How do you even go about finding a new streamer? I think Twitch has ignored it for so long. It's impossible, right? The only way you find new people is by word of mouth.
Yeah, or if they do, I would say, maybe if they do stuff together. And I've had this conversation before, like, with several different people about collaborative streams. And it's like, sometimes it works really well. Sometimes it doesn't. I mean, like I've seen like big streamers collaborate with people over and over and over for years on end. And I watched maybe their viewership average climb from maybe 70 to 90, and it's like, that's after years and years of doing stuff. And it's just like, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It's super weird. I really do feel like there is just a dice roll happening in the computer background sometimes, where you're just like, all right, well, just roll the dice on this. We'll see if it works. But it is strange. I mean, it's sometimes it works really well. Sometimes it doesn't. So, I mean, we're kind of talking about discoverability a little bit.
This used to be more important previously, and I don't know how it is nowadays, because I haven't tried doing it. How do you know about networking with game devs right now?
I think the most recent that I've done, and it's a shame, because some of the earlier ones that I did, funny enough, was like I would just send him a message on like Twitter or something like that, because again, that was where everybody kind of was, and it's in a way like a centralized platform is good, but then what ended up happening to Twitter is exactly why it's a problem to have centralized platform.
Yep.
Where like kind of everybody is. because if something goes wrong with it, then it kind of gets really tumultuous. So it's nowadays, I think, as far as like reaching out to people, I haven't done a ton of that lately just because there hasn't been any games that were like, damn, I absolutely have to get in on this, like, whatever.
Right.
Not that I haven't been like excited about some, but there hasn't been any that were like really, really stood out to me to the point where I'm like, I absolutely cannot wait to play that. I'll probably send an email to the folks that made Kenshi at some point, just to say, hey, this would have to be in the future though. Just like as maybe Kenshi 2's development gets a little bit further in, I'd be like, love to, do something with y'all if, just as far as like some kind of promotional thing. Cause I think that game's fantastic. Same goes for like RimWorld and stuff like that, where just games that I've really enjoyed, whatever, I wouldn't mind doing something with the developers as far as that goes. Like in more recent history, like with like Team Cherry or Red Hook and things like that, those were all just, I think I first reached out to Team Cherry in like 2014, I want to say.
Yeah, you were in that promo they did.
Yeah, it was way before even like the original Hollow Knight came out, because I remember I still have it in my Steam. Actually, I have one of the earliest Hollow Knight like alpha builds.
Jesus.
And because it was one of those things that backers and stuff like that, and I've been talking to them for a little bit back then too, and just telling them, hey, I was excited about the game. I'm looking forward to playing it whenever it comes out. And when it did, I think I was only one of maybe 2 or 3 people that were probably streaming it on Twitch when it first came out. And, so that was like, that was just how I would normally reach out to people. I just send them an email or just send them something on Twitter and just say, hey, I'm Nick. This is, blank. This is what I do. This is, here's all of our stuff, just so you know that like I'm legit, but I'd love to either play your game or help promote it or something like that, which I don't do like paid promotion stuff. That's something I've always kind of stayed away from. I always kind of went off the philosophy that like if I couldn't do it like on my own through the merit of like basically like community support, or if people didn't enjoy it enough from like a humor standpoint, or like they didn't have a good enough time or whatever, then like maybe I shouldn't be doing it, right? Like maybe like whatever. So that was because that was kind of how it started in the first place. So I really don't like doing paid sponsorships and things like that. I would do it, and I've said it before, I would do it if it was something I was like really, really excited about, like, or if I really liked, like, like I said before, I used like a lot of like Elgato stuff and Corsair and things like that over the years. And like, I might work with them if that was a thing, but I never really reached out to them to even get that ball rolling. So I don't know. There's something about paid sponsorships that I think just kind of never sat well with me, even if it was something that I was like really excited about. And I'm not saying I'm like completely against it, but that's just something I've never really done. So I haven't done too much like developer reach out over the years, unless it was like a game that I was just interested in playing, or if I was just trying to make friends with people, which more often than not, that was more or less the case. I was just, chatting with people and, just seeing how life was going and how the game dev stuff was going and all that. So as far as like what I would recommend for that, I mean, you could just try that kind of stuff normally. You could always just like reach out to people on whatever social media they're on, which you have to go do some research on that, because like we were just talking about, you never know. You never know where they're frequenting the most.
So, yeah, it's all over. The reason why I'm leaning into that question is you originally did interviews with Red Hood Chris for Darkest Dungeon in its early days. Mm-hmm. You actually had that great interview with Wayne June, rest in peace. Wonderful guy. That was a fun interview to listen to. All this kind of led to Team Cherry asking you to voice act Garmond in Silksong. Mm-hmm. How'd you get that opportunity? How did that all come to life?
Well, they, I think I remember after we did Hollow Knight, I kept up with them a good bit, just chatting here and there, and I just checked on them. But I think like I remember just kind of chatting with them. I think the earliest email was they reached out to me because I think I jokingly mentioned, I was like, if y'all ever need I think if y'all ever need like any voice work, or if you need like anything like that as far as a character goes, you can let me know, which it was mostly like kind of a joke, because I figured they probably wouldn't, need anybody, because they seem to have it all under control for the first game. But I remember them sending me an email, and they were like, we'd like you to voice this character. because I even told him, I was like, I'll just do it, I'll just do it for free. I don't care. I just want to help. And that I mentioned that on the stream when we did it, and they did offer to pay me for the role after the fact. Well, like when the game came out, so which was very kind of them, because I told them I was cool with doing it for free. So they did, which was very, very sweet of them, because I was just like, look, I didn't need anything from this. It was definitely just, I just wanted to help out in any way I could to try to help them with the game if I could, because I always loved Hollow Knight. I thought it was great. So any chance to be a part of that, even in a small way, was a great opportunity. But I remember they sent me an email, and they had a picture. They had a picture of Garmond, and he had this big mustache, kind of like beard thing going on, and he had like a crazy little hat. And his name wasn't Garmond at the time. His name was Bitterbug, because I don't think they had given him a name yet. And but they had like a general like gist of they called him Bitterbug, and they had like a general like kind of gist of what his character was going to be. And I still have that email, and they were like, "Are you interested in doing this?" And I was like, "Yeah, definitely." So that was just kind of me just talking to them and just, offering up, hey, if you need like somebody else to do a character, let me know. And that was a lot of fun to get to do that. So I recorded like his initial lines, I think back in like late 2019 or 2020. And I actually ended up re-recording all of his lines. I think it was like earlier this year, probably around like June or something like that. So that was fun to not be able to tell people that Silksong was on the horizon finally.
Wait,
like,
you knew?
Yeah, because so I couldn't tell anybody because whatever, because they didn't say like, oh, here's like the hard street date or anything like that, but right. They told me kind of like where they were at, and I offered to basically re-record all of Garmond's lines, because I was like, okay, I can do these extra lines that you guys want. I was like, but my voice has changed a little bit in 5 years. I was like, so
just
maybe we should just do, smidge. I was like, I'm older. So I'm getting older and older. I was like, I might want to re-record all of them, because they had a few new like little barks and stuff like that for him to do. And I was like, y'all just want to redo all of them? So they were like, yeah, we'll meet up, and they had a call about it. And it's always so funny, because especially when there's like no cameras or anything, and it's just like you, and they're like, all right, this is kind of like what we want it to sound like, or, whatever. And then they'll do like kind of a rendition of it. And then I would do it. And they were like, oh yeah, that's perfect. Like whatever. And so, they gave me like a list of, different things to go through and, do as far as like the, different like little audio calls and stuff like that he had. And I was surprised by some of the ones that actually made it in, because I didn't know that they were kind of like on the mark. Like to me, they didn't seem, I was like, oh, okay, I'll do it again, on my own recording. And then I sent it to him, and they didn't ask for any more. So I guess it kind of, they got everything they needed for his character then. So yeah, that was really fun getting to do that. And I would absolutely do that again. So
yeah, that was going to be my next question. Is like, it sounds like you had a good time. Like, would you like to keep doing voice acting in the future? Is there any like, things you might be like looking at? Like, I would love to voice act this.
Yeah, I think I would like to do more of it. I think it would need to be like a game that I'm like excited about, or like the premise of it is exciting or something like that. So it's one of those things that I just need to reach out to some new people, and if there's like a game coming that I'm like, oh, hey, like there was an instance recently where we played a game for Spooky Month that was called Zeitgeist, which I thought was really good. It was a newer developer, and it was a game jam game, and it kind of just blew me away, like for how good it was for being like a game jam thing that they put together in such a short amount of time. And it used some assets from a couple different places that I did recognize, but they were put together in such a way that was very creative. It's a very creative game in general, and just kind of weird and out there. And they left a really nice comment on that playthrough on YouTube, because I guess they came across it a couple weeks after that. And that could be somebody that maybe I'd reach out to in the future and say like, hey, if you want to do if you need any voice work or whatever, I'd be happy to do that, because I wouldn't mind working with more folks who are like indie devs who are maybe getting a start or something like that, because also sometimes like getting people for like voice roles and stuff can be really expensive. And if you're looking towards like whatever, so there's plenty of chances like there that if it was a smaller role, I'd love to just do for free, basically, just to be like, it's just something to add to a reel. And if it could help somebody out, like that'd be cool. So that might be kind of where I reach out to, is like maybe because there's instances with like, especially like indie horror, that I noticed so many people who would just fall to like, you know, a little AI gen voice thing, or just some text to speech stuff, or I mean, and I'm just like, dude, just call your mom. I mean, like, and be like, Mom, I need you to read like 5 lines into the phone. Like, maybe not the phone, but like, you know, record it on your phone. I mean, phones are pretty damn robust these days. Like, just record your mom doing some voice lines, or your cousin or something. Like, literally anybody. I mean, you got to have a friend or something. And it blows me away that they wouldn't even just ask anyone to do it. Like, it would be better than, you know, weird AI generated voice man. Cause like, I would want to hear a crappy line read from somebody's cousin that's like working on their game with them any day of the week. Cause at least then you can laugh and we can have a good time. Be like, oh, it's so funny. This is like clearly, you know, just silly, whatever. But there's a level of sincerity to it that I appreciate. And then on top of that, you know, it keeps people from using stupid AI generated garbage. So, you know, that's probably what I'll do in the future, is maybe reach out to like some smaller developers who might need help with like voicing a game or something like that, just to, you know, put in a reel for me, and then be some voice acting for them that would be not an AI generated voice. So I think that
there's
might be
an
fun.
old designer phrase of "don't work in a silo," and that's kind of something where I've been seeing a lot with like some of these places who are using AI dialogue. It's like they either don't sound right, or they don't have like the, hey, this line doesn't make sense, right? And that's something where, like, you were talking about working with artists, right, where there's no dialogue happening that's like, hey, this would make more sense if I said this, like this, you know. That's something you don't get from using those tools. Just those tools just take what they were given and spit it back out. There's no back and forth of like, hey, this line doesn't make sense for the character, or you don't say this like this. No one actually says that, you know. You know, and I think that's going to become more and more important, more and more relevant as we move into the future, you know. So like hiring someone like yourself to work on your indie game is probably huge, you know, especially given how much you see other indie games. It's like you actually have a good understanding of the market, right? What are you up against?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. I want to get to some other questions. These might get a little dark, but I'm just bracing you, right?
The darkness.
Right, the darkness. So you always have such good energy, even when times are tough. There's been a lot of things that, you know, I've kind of followed along as you've gone through. How do you keep smiling when streaming? How do you keep going?
I think in a lot of cases, and I've said this before on stream before, that like, you know, people will tell me, they're like, oh, this is like a, you know, thing that I do every night and makes me happy to come here and, you know, watch and all this stuff. And that always makes me feel really good that people feel that way about it. But the thing I've had to remind people over the years is that like, it kind of works the other way too, where like, I think having a group of people that consistently show up every night, and especially like new people and stuff like that too, is also works well for me too, just to be able to share things and talk about stuff. Cause yeah, I mean, a lot's happened, especially in the last like 5 years. Cause, you know, my mom passed away, my dad passed away, we lost our dog. There's been all the craziness with my wife's parents. You know, so like there's been a lot that's happened in terms of just like really crappy life events. And, you know, we kind of became like the sole caretakers of like her parents, and in a lot of ways and stuff like that. And that was definitely a lot on both of us. And, you know, and then most recently their little dog passed away too. So it's been like, you know, just like a whole lot to try to kind of navigate. And like, it's hard enough, I think, with like the world state just being crazy as it is, to get through like some of those things. And especially like with like my parents passing away and all the chaos involving that, I think it was like, cause I was not like super close in terms of like relying on them for really anything ever, you know, and all that. So it's not like something that like I needed my parents there, but like there is a weirdness. And I said this on stream at one point, that like, even if you have a crappy relationship with both of your parents, there is a weirdness when they're gone. It's almost like, you know, for some people, there can be like a relief to it. Like if it was like a really crappy parent who was, you know, just a big jerk for whatever reasons or whatever. But like, even regardless of whatever your relationship is, when they're gone, it's a very unique feeling that I feel like you don't really get 100% until it happens, where you're just kind of like, those are the people that like literally, literally brought you into this,
Right.
situation. So it's like it's really strange because, like, again, even if it's a bad relationship with them or a good relationship or whatever, and I think it's much harder with the good relationship in some cases, just because they could be like an anchor for you. Like, so if somebody who was like really close to their parents, they pass away or whatever, it can be really hard for them too, just because that would be a positive, reinforcement kind of point in your life, and then losing that sucks for people.
Yeah.
Same thing with how complicated it can get if they were a troublesome aspect of your life. So, it's as far as like streaming and stuff, it's one of those things where the consistency of it, I think, helps me too, because it is my job, and it's like getting back into like some semblance of like normalcy or whatever. And my mom used to always say, like, well, you either laugh or you cry. And it's like, so so she was right. I mean, it's kind of how it is. Like, it's sometimes like I cope with a lot through humor, which I've always had to be really careful with, because like I don't ever want to make like a joke around something, because like not everybody does. Not everybody does well with like humor in situations like loss and stuff like that. So I don't know, like it's one of those things that I think it's just something that like it's just become kind of like a static point in my life too. So I think doing it helps get through some of those situations. And like I try to just think that like there are people who have this as part of their nightly routine, and I know it's important to them. So I want to make sure that I deliver on that. And, especially these people who show up and they've been subbed for, 10 years now almost, or whatever. Like, I mean, it's just crazy. Like, so I try to just make sure that, people in some cases get the thing they paid for. And then in other cases, even if they can't sub and all that stuff, it's like I said, it's a static point, like maybe that they come and watch every night or whatever. And I'm deeply appreciative of that they would even still come around to see whatever hijinks we're getting into or whatever. So
right.
Like I'm always like super grateful for anybody coming around, and still, I mean, that's their time that they're spending, and it's not a short amount of time. I mean, I'm appreciative of the people who would watch like a short or something like that, but at the same time, I mean, streams, sometimes people are there for like 6 hours. I mean, that's a lot of their time that they're choosing to spend together with our group, so like that's really cool. And I never want to like let those people down with that. And so I think when it comes to like dealing with like heavier stuff in your life and then also streaming, it is difficult, I guess, especially when it's like more comedic focused. I'm not going to say comedy, because like I said, I don't view myself as like a comedian or whatever.
You're someone I've always respected when it comes to comedy, because you always nail it. You always make me laugh. And I guarantee you people will resonate with that.
I do. I really appreciate that. That's like I said, for me, personally, like from my perspective, it's like I'm kind of just saying crazy stuff and like pointing out weird things or whatever. So it's one of those things that I think I've just tried to always be there if I can, and if I can't, let people know that hey, we'll be back in a couple days or whatever. Right. I try to always say that like we'll be back to do whatever, even if I have to be gone for a bit. I've actually Eric has joked about it, and a few other people have joked about it, that I've never actually taken a vacation since I started this, which is true. The only time I ever took time off was when somebody died, or I was going on a trip where I ended up streaming or doing something from it anyway.
Right.
So like,
it's like,
because I've always had this fear, this fear that things would be like out of sight, out of mind. And like, if I was gone for a certain amount of time, that like everything would just kind of disappear, which doesn't really happen. But I mean, things sometimes, I mean, being out of sight, out of mind is very much a streaming thing. I mean, like there are people who I've watched, kind of lose like their schedules, and, maybe they only stream like once or twice a week when they used to do it like 5 times or 6 times. And their viewer bases did dwindle over time, just because if you're not there, they're just, not that people forget about you, but it's just like they might start watching somebody else to fill that time or whatever. And then maybe they just don't think about it, not even out of like a negativity, because like people are going to leave regardless. We've had people over the years, that would watch or whatever, and for whatever reason, whether they maybe disagreed strongly with something that I said, or, whether they just stopped watching for a little bit because it was like, it's just not what they were into at the time. Like there's plenty of reasons why people may stop, but I mean, I've definitely seen people kind of lose some viewership by kind of losing their schedules before or like taking longer breaks. Now, in most of those instances, those were people that were gone for like months at a time, or drastically cut back the amount of time they streamed, or whatever it was. That's always kind of been a fear of mine. But I think as far as like trying to like stream through like tougher times, I would say it's just kind of like reorienting how you think about it and trying to find the humor in crappy situations sometimes. And, even if you're tired and worn out and your brain's not working, like you can still get up there and make some fun observations and hang out with people. And, because sometimes even checking on other people and kind of living vicariously through whatever they got going on is good too. Like, the other night, somebody was talking about getting like their PhD and stuff like that. And I'm like, that's amazing, because it's something that is so far away from anything I've ever done. But like seeing other people do it, I can see that, how cool that is for them. That's just like such an awesome moment. So it's wonderful that they're able to share that. And then I can kind of get a little bit of that energy from that too, because it's just really neat to see people, kind of go through life, seeing people like get like engaged and married and have kids and all kinds of stuff. So like it's cool to see all that, too. So you get to kind of feed off of that energy a little bit. So it's wonderful that they would share those things in the first place. And then that makes me feel good whenever I see, people having cool stuff going on, or even like stuff that's rough, because then they can share the rough patch that they're having. And then maybe in a few months, things are better. And you can look at that and be like, look, I mean, I remember, a few months ago you were having trouble with X, Y, or Z. And, now you're doing better with it, which is awesome. So I think it's just a matter of just the consistency itself kind of helps a little bit, just to kind of get back. It's like falling off a bike. It's like, I just get back on, keep going. Like, it's just keep doing it, because kind of part of the rhythm. So
right. I
think it ends up working out pretty well.
I'm like happy to go through my questions right now, because you're answering multiple questions at once. I'm like, yes. On community, and I was going to ask you about community building, but you kind of hit that. Do you want to give me like a high and a low of your community? Because there's been some great moments, and then there's been some really sad ones. And how did you handle that?
I think like, any of the higher moments I would say would be like, sometimes with like different events and things like that, and like really wonderful things that people would share, whether it was, like I said, getting married or having a kid or something like that. Those are always really awesome. We've had, I mean, because we've been doing this for so long now, we've had like community members pass away and things like that. And, I think, in like a couple instances, it was, it's hard to, it's always hard, I think, whenever somebody like passes away or something like that, especially whether it's like a family member or somebody who watches, or, whatever, I think those are tough to deal with, because I've seen people before who work in like the streaming space and stuff. They're like, oh, I can't stand it when people come in and like drop negativity, or they trauma dump, or they do this or they do that. And like, you can't do this and just expect people to be happy and excited about like stuff all the time. You can't. And like, there is a big difference, I think, when it comes to something like trauma dumping versus somebody just sharing kind of what's going on. Like if somebody rolls in there literally every night and it's just like the worst thing imaginable. I mean, we've had people do something kind of similar to that before, and I've just straight up like sent them a thing. I'm like, do you need to like talk or whatever? Cause like, I don't want like, it seems like there's like a really bad stuff going on. Like, is there something I can help with, or like whatever? Cause there is an impact on the broadcaster to some degree, but like that concerns me more than anything. If you see somebody doing that consistently, because it's like, holy crap, like what's going on? If you're rolling in here every day and have something like serious going on, I'm like, what's happening? So like in those cases, I think it's like, it's not your responsibility to check like on somebody like that, but I think it's a wise decision. And that also might address whatever it is that's going on. And that's a person who's watching, who obviously it's important enough for them to show up, but like sometimes that might work out well. Sometimes it might not, depending on the situation. I mean, that's something that you just have to be able to navigate as a broadcaster to figure out, like, is this an instance where I can reach out to this person or not? But as far as like the low points, like as far as like people passing away or whatever, I mean, it's always hard, and it's really difficult, I think. But in the instance of one of our folks who passed away, JJ Cheeker, his brother actually reached out and has had like the nicest words, because apparently they had left like a letter talking about kind of how important the show was to them and how they would always come watch every night and everything like that. And they were supporters of the channel too. They would sub and donate and all this stuff. And so like, obviously it was something that, was important to them. And, so when his brother reached out to me, I was like, we need to do something. Like, we need to do like a little charity event or something like that. So we did a very short kind of impromptu thing where it was we did like a kind of like a little drive to help pay for some of their funeral stuff. And then we did, I think, whatever the extra was to the foundation regarding his condition. So, it's that just really impressed me too, how kind everybody was in the community about that, because I think it was just very sweet that people showed up and did that. But reading what his brother sent me, I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, we have to do something, So I think that just showed just how cool everybody is here doing stuff like that. And so I think, like, as far as like other low points, I mean, other than just like things like maybe a viewer passing away or something like that, I mean, there's been times where it's like, we joked about it, like the frame apocalypse, where Spectrum was just killing me for like almost an entire year. That did remember, like lasting damage to
quality options. Please refresh.
Yeah, it's like the frame apocalypse stuff was like funny to a degree, but at the same time, I mean, like there is if you go back and look at like the metrics and stuff, there is a perceivable impact that had, because I mean, that was like 6 to 12 months of some people just not being able to watch. And that's just not even their fault, to the point where they're just like, I can't like sit here and watch like Buffer City they couldn't. And I don't blame them. So, it's one of those things where it's like, we just had to keep pushing through it. And, thankfully a better ISP finally came along at the right time. So, I mean, it's just things like that, but people were very patient to even put up with that in the first place, because it's very hard to watch when the stream is buffering constantly and like all this stuff. I mean, it's impossible. And then you have to just start watching the VODs, and then some people are just not going to do that. And, then you couple that with people who leave for different reasons, like whether it's they just maybe don't enjoy the content anymore, which is fine. That happens. It happens to all of us. I think everybody has something that they enjoy at one point, maybe don't like, and then maybe come back to it, or maybe don't. So, when you're dealing with like all of those things together, it's that kind of like erosion of your viewer base. And then you're fighting like the frame apocalypse is a great example of that, because it's not, we're fighting the ISP, we're fighting like viewer base erosion with that. And then at the same time, it's like maybe fatigue from the fact that like streaming has blown up a bunch. There's a lot more people streaming stuff. We're probably trying to play like new games that are maybe not going to do as well viewership wise. So it's like this big just ball of like almost negativity, where it's like all these like negative aspects that you're trying to kind of push through. And you're like, dude, this is crazy. Like this sucks. This is like super hard to like navigate and feel like you're doing anything important anymore, when it's like, viewership for whatever reason gets like, it's getting hit from this, and then it's getting hit from this and this and this. And then it's like, then you start questioning your own ability, because you're like, am I just not being funny enough for this? And so it's like, it starts like this huge cascade of like, and we've been through this with a couple different things where I'm just like, dear God, this is crazy. So, it's one of those things where it's just kind of in the similar vein as the last thing. You just have to kind of get up and keep trying to do it. Try to be present, try to do it, try to stay fun and active, and put whatever energy you got into it, because you just got to keep going. So it's tough. And again, we're in another situation where the world is a basket case right now. It's ridiculous. I mean, like every time you open up the news, you're just like you look at it and you're almost in disbelief, because you're like, can we get like Blade Runner dystopia instead? At least they had like flying cars and stuff.
We're in Cyberpunk,
like everything here is
the
just
fun arms,
the slop.
Yeah, it's
that's what we get.
It's a mess. So, you have a wonderful wife. Can you talk about how you met and how did you propose?
Yeah, I met her through a friend of mine. Is actually one of our moderators, Stealth. He had actually known her way longer. They like went to school and stuff together. And at one point I was like, yeah, I wouldn't mind like meeting somebody. And he's like, oh, okay. He's like, I know a girl. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. So we actually, because we had our anniversary recently, and it was we went to a restaurant, and we were there with a couple like mutual friends, and he told me a little bit about her beforehand, and he was like, yeah, she liked like Gundam Wing and stuff a lot, like growing up. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And so I get there, and like the first thing I said, hey, and I was like, so I was like, who's your favorite Gundam and why is it Heavy Arms? And she was like, it actually is. And yeah, no, that's great. So that was the first thing I said to her. What's your favorite Gundam and why is it having arms? So and then we just started a conversation from that, and then we started dating, and I'd had some relationships that were just kind of crummy for like different reasons in the past. So it took a little bit, but we eventually, I eventually ended up proposing to her, and we played Animal Crossing a good bit together. So I actually proposed to her in Animal Crossing. Made like a little because it was during COVID too. So like I made like a little picnic area and wrote like, "Will you marry me?" on the little like mat that was in front of the thing. And I had tricked her into coming to my island because I told her that I was like one of the island little residents. They had something that she wanted. She's like, "Oh, awesome!" And so she's coming over there. She's like, "You don't even have this person. Where is it?" And I was like, "Oh, they're up here in the top right." She's like, "This is where your house is." I was like, "No, it's not." And so she just comes running up there and she's like, what is it? Because it just caught her off guard completely, which is really funny. So she was so not ready for it. So yeah, so I proposed to her in Animal Crossing. That was pretty fun. And then we got married. I think it was the year after that, because it was our 4-year anniversary this year. So but yeah, it was fun. Because I mean, at the time, like there was a couple ideas I had and stuff, but I mean, it was during the pandemic and everything. And I'm like, I guess this is probably like the safe, fun way to do it. We've done this, we've been playing this little game together and all that stuff. So I figured that would be good. And then we actually had she had Sugar Gun make a little like canvas art piece of our characters from Animal Crossing together, which was really cute. And we had that sitting up on one of our shelves. So but yeah, that was how we met, and that was how we got married and stuff. So she's, I think, asleep right now. I'm not actually sure what she's doing.
All right, well,
she might be awake.
Everyone take notes, because that's how you do it.
Well, I mean, there's a lot in between those two things, so
yeah. I mean,
relationships do end up being complicated. So you got to but make sure the beginning and then the getting married and that stuff. There's a tiny bit in between. Sometimes,
yeah, just a smidge. Yeah,
just a little bit.
Aries a gem. I'm so glad you two have each other.
She's always a trip.
She's your fun little Southern belle.
I always call her I call her like the Undertaker sometimes, because she will hit you with like the most like intense news that you just are not prepared for. Yep. You'll be like, "Oh man, I loved like so and so in whatever movie." She's like, "Oh yeah, they're dead." I'm like, "All right." I'm like, "All right."
She does that to me all the time.
It's her level. Her level of honesty is unbreakable. Like, it is frightening sometimes, because she'll just say it. And I'm like, you know what? I'll take that over being fake any day. Just hit me with the real shit. Just be like, "Oh yeah, they're dead." I'm like, "All right, cool. That's really good. Good.
Okay. I'm gonna make this the last question for me. You have cats. Can you tell the story about how the cat distribution system worked for you?
Yeah, we actually joked that so our dog that passed away recently, Bella, we joked that she was the reason that the cat showed up, because I would take her outside late at night or during the day or whatever, and like that was when they both showed up. We saw Kale, first. He was just outside scrubbing in the dirt. Then he came walking up and was mewing at us, and he was afraid of Bella, even though she was like the size of like a little, she was like a little half loaf of bread. She wasn't huge. But he was like terrified of her at first, because we brought Kale in the house and Bella was just sitting there and she woofed one time at him.
Just a little.
And Kale flew in the air in a way I've never seen a cat fly. I swear to God, he sprouted wings at that woof, and he hit our screen door and just glued to it and was just like, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God." So we let him and he ran out. This is when he like first showed up, and then he did, right. But he started coming back consistently, and he wasn't afraid of Bella anymore after that, but he was terrified. So the distribution system dumped him on us, and Finn was interesting, because Erica was talking about we could maybe get like another cat or something like that, and then the next day this little creature is like outside underneath a truck, just sitting there, and these birds are swooping at him. And I'm like, "Oh my God." And I was like, "There's a little orange cat across the street." And she's like, "Go get him, get him, get him, get him." I'm like, all right. And so I go over there and we like con him in, and then we had to like bring him inside eventually, and we got him, fixed and all this stuff. And we had to slowly integrate, because with cats, you want to slowly integrate them. You want to have them like kind of sequestered, because if you don't, then they're just probably going to kill each other. And there have been a couple other cats that have showed up, one of which we ended up adopting out to Nate and Red in Chad. They drove from I don't know why my brain.
He's a trucker cat now, right?
He was temporarily. He is no longer truck cat. He lives at home now, fat and happy. Good. So that was Haru. So he showed up as part of the distribution system too, and they wanted to adopt him, so they came all the way down and got him, and that was awesome. And so yeah, the distribution system tends to be dropping cats off all the time, but it's just crazy. So but Kale and Finn get along really well now for the most part. They rumble now. They kind of try to kill each other sometimes, but never terrible as most boy cats do. But really good as far as cats go. They don't destroy everything constantly. They're not like knocking everything over all the time or like scratching at anybody or whatever. They're very chill for the most part, which is really great. So as much as I give them shit for being ridiculous, I'm very grateful that they're not like scratchy, bitey, jerks that want to kill everything. So that's good at least.
They're so fun, and I love the stories. I can't remember which one, if it was Kale or Finn, that you were luring out with cheese. I remember you telling the story about how
I think that was Kale. Yeah,
was it Kale?
The cheese cat.
Yeah,
mm-hmm. Yeah,
you're just like
he was the cheese cat, because he got out once, and he was like, "I'm never doing that again." Because he ran into a bush, and he was just sitting there, and I was like, "Can you please come back inside?" And he's just like, just sitting there looking at me. I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna pick you up now." So this was like shortly after we got him, but. They haven't been outside ever since, because it's just too dangerous out there, because like random dogs and stuff will get out too. So I'm just not doing that. So
okay, I'm going to give you a few more. Do you have any content creation inspirations? Who do you look up to?
Yeah, there's actually been a couple over the years that I wouldn't say I tried so much to emulate, but I think what they did was like impressive, and I liked what they tried to do with like their general style. So like initially I was really inspired by Game Grumps. That was like probably where a lot of it, because I had watched like a lot of like, Aaron's stuff over the years, like on Newgrounds and all that junk. And, I really liked initially when him and John were doing Game Grumps, and I know then of course Dan came on later and stuff like that. And, I didn't watch him quite as much, like probably after the first few years, but I always appreciated their consistency and the style of humor and everything like that. And it's a little difficult, especially when if you're going to emulate that, trying to do that alone, because like doing kind of like improv style comedy bits is very difficult when you're by yourself, because you can't really yes and yourself. So you kind of have to like come up with these like crazy stories and stuff to share, like, play off of whatever you have available, which in this case is like a game or something in chat or whatever. So that was a pretty big inspiration for me as far as like when I was first getting started. For a few different like playthroughs of things, I was inspired by, and I don't know what he's up to these days because I haven't watched him really in years, but it was a dude named Gopher actually who he did like long form RP style runs of like Skyrim and Fallout and stuff like that, and some of his stuff was so hammy and dumb that I found it like charming, the level of like the level that he would go to stay in character for some of his like longer form like RPG stuff. Because I know he was originally
the guy
like
who like opened with like the growl.
No, that dude is an inspiration to me just for doing it. I don't think I've ever seen a single thing that guy has ever done, but my God, I'm proud of him for I used to see him on like every itch video, and he kicked off every video like that, and I was like, I kind of love this dude. It's like for starting every video the same and for just making stuff. So yeah, I remember like a few of my playthroughs for like different maybe like Elder Scrolls stuff or like some of the Bethesda games. I remember kind of being inspired by a few of like Gopher's goofy ass like semi RP or full RP runs of stuff, because they were just crazy. I wouldn't say I'm trying to think of like other like sources of kind of like inspiration as far as like any type of like content creation stuff goes, because I don't watch a ton of things, especially nowadays. But I would say initially, yeah, like as far as like people who maybe at some point I've tried to like either emulate or I really like the style of. I remember really enjoying some of Gopher's like RP style stuff for like longer games. I really enjoyed like Game Grump's kind of like improv deal. I watched a little bit of like Achievement Hunter and stuff like that back in the day before that whole thing got like disbanded and all the craziness around it. But I appreciated some of their chaos too back when they were doing stuff. But I know they're not a thing anymore, not like at all. But and I know that like, whole thing kind of went down in flames. But yeah, like just stuff like that. I like, you know, the more, I don't know, like it's like a controlled chaos type thing, because I've seen things that are like complete chaos from like certain broadcasters get together and it's like 4 or 5 people and it's just downright insane.
I can't do it.
Where to the point where I'm like, what is even happening? Like this is just like 8 people screaming in like Among Us. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell is going on. Like, you know, to the point where I'm like, I legit don't even know what's happening. This is just so many people screaming at each other. Which is kind of amazing in its own way, but that's never been like something that, you know, I was like super, super into. Yeah, I think like over the years, I think like working with people too, like, you know, working with my buddies Eli and Franz and stuff like that. Like it was, there was inspiration there in the sense of like, you know, especially when they were doing like a lot more like streaming stuff and whatever. It was fun to be able to like play off of them, and they're just good guys. So like, you know, it's stuff like that where people like I've worked with over the years too. Like I've taken like inspiration from them, I think, in terms of just, you know, whether it was their like passion for certain things or, you know, whatever it was. It's, you know, sometimes in some cases I'm envious of people's ability to kind of like glue to stuff as much as they do, because I've always had a hard time with taking something and being like fixated on it for like a certain amount of time. And like, you know, I feel like in some cases I just can't keep up, because it's like, I joke sometimes when I see somebody make like a 6-hour video about like, no, you'll see it like, here's why Bethesda is the poop, and it's like 8 hours or something. And I'm like, I don't think I've ever cared that much about anything in my life where I'm just like, I couldn't.
It's the drama clickbait title where it's like something you can cover in like 2 minutes, but somehow they drag it out to like 8 hours, and you're just like, why are we still here?
Yeah, why I ate a peanut butter sandwich for lunch and it's 16 hours long, and I'm just like, okay. I'm like, I don't think I've ever cared about anything that much in my life, but you know, it's so like I because I'm always like, there's no way I can hang with that level of stuff. So yeah, I think I've been, you know, inspired, I think, by the people that like work around me that I've gotten to work with in the past too, just from some of their like zeal towards like whatever it was that they were doing. And, you know, so I've been like inspired by the folks around me and just how funny they could be with certain things and in their own like particular way, because, you know, a lot of the people I've worked with over the years, their style of comedy was like, or it's not really comedy, I guess, in my opinion, but like just their general like approach to things was different. So it like let me look at things a little differently sometimes too. So I try to draw like inspiration from like people around me that are, you know, doing something similar or whatever too. So there's been several people over the years, I think. And sometimes like inspiration comes from like small, tiny little pieces, I think, like in different ways, rather than just being like this one person who did this thing, like I'm going to be just like them, you know, whatever it was. I think people draw inspiration from like a bunch of different sources, even if they don't really notice that they're doing it.
Yeah. So on that topic, do you have any up and coming streamers or artists you want to shout out? And do you have any you think are an undiscovered talent that you're just like, this person's amazing?
Outside of like, we have a lot of people I think that have kind of been like around the community. Like you're doing awesome stuff. Jalapenos doing some really cool stuff. They go by Ascaris. Raining Robots has been doing things forever. They're great. They always do good stuff. Like there's so many people. I know Soul Knight streams. They're great. Like there's so many people like in the community who have, you know, kind of gone off and done stuff either in recent years or have been doing it for a long time. And you know, like I always have a good time like watching them, and it's it's cool to just see what people are getting into, and it's, and in some cases, you know, I've talked about it too, and this is specifically with people. I've said it like, you know, in their chats and stuff. Like I really feel for anybody who's getting into stuff like right now, because it is just such. I mean, it's just a pain in the ass. The whole thing is such a pain in the ass in terms of like whether it's like growth or like the shenanigans that Twitch is doing or whatever YouTube is doing or whatever. And like I feel for people because like I'm in it too. I'm here right here with you guys. It's like I'm having to deal with them too, and I have been for forever. But what I mean in this case is like for people who are newer to it, it's like I could just imagine how, you know, immensely frustrating it is, especially if it's not something that you've been kind of watching happen for, you know, years and years. And you're just kind of getting into it and you're like, this is so dumb. Like all these crazy, stupid hurdles that people have to go through. And a lot of the stuff that we've talked about, you know, already, but there's tons of wonderful people who do streams, you know, periodically or pretty frequently or whatever it might be, you know, that are worth checking out. And that's the cool part about like, you know, with like Discord and stuff like that over the years is you can kind of see who's doing that. And over time, I wish things like rating and stuff like that were like more. This is like a whole rant like on rating because like technically, you know, back in the day it was just like a host thing. Like the raid part of it was broadcaster controlled. To be like, okay, we're either going to host this person or we're going to just, you know, we're all going to dogpile in there.
Right.
But I think in like this weird kind of roundabout way, this is going to sound weird, but maybe people will get what I'm saying. When Twitch made rating a thing, like a concrete thing that you could do, I feel like that sucked out some of like the like fervor that people would get. Like, okay, we're gonna host this person, and that would just be kind of like, here's some viewers to pump you up so you can kind of snowball a little bit. Yeah. Whereas like when you would raid somebody, it'd be like, okay, get your ridiculous emotes out. We're going over to this person. We're rating them for this reason. They're really good because this, and this, and this. We're going to do it. So it was kind of like a community thing. And I felt like it was more of like an organic choice to be like, we're going to raid this person. I really like them. They do this, and this, and this, and this, like whatever. Like, you know, for example, with you, it'd be like, we're going to go raid Fenris. He does this, and this. Go take your emotes over there. I'd really like it if you guys gave him the shot and, you know, hang out for like 30 minutes to an hour or whatever and watched. It was like, you can still do that, but it's like they changed kind of how it was. And it's almost like they made rating more of like an expectation, or rather some kind of like just thing that they had that was like some other kind of like metric that they were,
there's
I don't know, like there was something about
right?
it, I think, that changed kind of the feeling of it, you know. And now it's like this thing that like you can see on your dashboard. It's like, you haven't rated anybody in like 15 days. It's like, shut up, Twitch. Like, shut up, man. Like,
Dan, shut up.
You know, like, so they kind of, I think they kind of turned it into like this weird like expectation thing. And then I think as a result, it made people like expect it. So they're like less likely to be like, woohoo, we're going over to somebody else's house and we're going to super soaker their face when we get there.
There's
like,
no surprise and delight.
Like, it feels like it's kind of just, even as much as you want to hype it up or whatever, and it's such a kind thing to do still. I think it's like super nice that people do it. It's not about that. It's more like, I think by Twitch making it kind of like this weird, almost like expectation or whatever, that like now people just kind of expect that it's going to happen. And you know, it's just weird sometimes. And they do weird things. And you know, there's so many like wonderful people who are trying to get their start in streaming or stay with it. And people have asked me over the years, they're like, how do you keep doing it? I'm like, I just keep doing it. Like, you know,
I just
keep
do.
Going. So I just do. And it's also a little different too, because I got to remind people that like, you know, if it's your hobby or whatever too, like try not to stress so much about it. You know, play what you want, like just do it. Try to stay consistent on like a schedule. Just play what you want. Don't worry about doing all these big events or doing this or doing that or doing whatever. Like just do what you're going to do. Have a good time. And if people are coming in, they're coming in. You know, there's not like, you know, just by doing like X, Y, or Z doesn't mean like a ton of people are going to like dogpile in there. So, you know, enjoy it while you're doing it as a hobby, especially if you've got like another job or something, and just try to make it happen organically. And hopefully it can keep going, you know, from there. Cause that's really all you can do in some cases is just try. I mean, like that's all you really can do, because it's so crazy otherwise. But hopefully I didn't miss anybody. I'm trying to think of other folks who stream. No, Audix streams. They're a trip. Trying to think of who else in the community. There's not anybody I can think of like off the top of my head that I found recently on my own. That was like in terms of like outside of the community. I'm trying to think if there's anybody I found recently that was like crazy good that I'd be like, yeah, man, definitely go check out so and so. I don't think I found anybody recently that was like, crazy. Alexis streams from time to time. Yep, that's true. Yeah, they Sugar Gun streams. They do art stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of folks. There's so many people who do things. Like I said, I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. I'm trying to think of everybody who tries to stream consistently and stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's tons of awesome people that you could definitely check out that stream at all different times. So
right,
they're all over the place. You just got to look for a second.
All right, then. I mean, that I always love those questions. I ask everyone the same ones because it's just like you hear about a lot of people who like you don't realize like, oh, this person's doing this. It's good to get it out there. So why don't we do this? Are you down to play some Shake or Shame?
Yeah, sure.
So the way this works,
I didn't bring my shake weight though.
God, why was that so delayed? So the way this works is I'm just going to propose a topic and you can shake on it, being like, I agree with this. This is good. I like this thing. Or you can shame on it and be like, no, this thing sucks. You can answer as much or as little as you want. You can be like, I hate this. Next one. All right. You ready?
All right. Yeah, hit me with it.
All right. First one is social media.
It sucks. I can't stand it.
Can't stand it.
Big shame in its current form. Maybe it'll get fun again later. Right now it sucks.
See, you said something that other people haven't said. You said the word fun with social media, where it's like everyone looks at social media as a necessity nowadays.
Yeah, it's not fun right now. Maybe it'll get fun again in the future.
Right.
As of right now, it's like complex ad delivery service and disdain. And I'm just like, God, okay.
Right.
Here we are.
All right. Next one. Stream collaborations.
I think that's always going to be a shake. That works. Those are cool. Okay. I think they're good. I think they're also like they're tough. They're tough to do sometimes because like you want to make sure. Well, from my perspective anyway, I'm always trying to make sure that like I'm doing right by whoever I'm doing something with. Like I don't ever want to like stomp all over whatever they're doing or like because I talk and I'm loud and like I always want to try to make sure that like people are getting the attention they deserve too because I'm just Mr. Loudmouth sometimes being raucous and whatever. So I think they're great though. I think stream collaborations are super fun. I don't do enough of them. I should probably do more, but yeah, I think they're great.
No, you've done some good ones, and like your energy is like that's the thing is like people have to kind of seek up and balance their energy, right? To like meet someone. Sometimes that someone like you could be the best thing in a collab because you kind of bring people out of their shell a little bit because everyone gets shy. Next one, streamer drama.
Complete and total shame pass. No, I'll see you later. Don't care. I couldn't even tell you most of the time who the top streamers on the platform are. So,
yeah,
more often than not, I just don't pay any attention to it.
I'm going to add one in here that I forgot to list, but it goes in the streamer awards.
I do not care at all.
I knew it. I
don't
hate the streamer awards. I'm with you all the way. Drama.
Like that is probably like the biggest. Like, because like, how do the nominations work? Is it like, does your community just like brigade it? Like, what is it? Because who is?
I think it's a board. I actually don't know. I think they're selected.
Could the board even work? There's like 1 billion people who stream.
I know. I know. It's fundamentally flawed. Can you
imagine? They're like sitting around all together. They're like, all right, we got to watch Billy Bob 12 here, who's doing he's naked playing Dark Souls. I think that's illegal. We've got this guy over here who's speedrunning a game you've never heard of in your life. He's definitely speedrunner of the year. And then we got Tubula Rasa up here who's got 48,000 people. He's from TikTok. He's in a blank white room and he just keeps saying yo over and over. That's pretty good, but he's got a lot of people watching, so I guess he wins. I don't really know what his deal is.
Right.
I don't know, man. I just like I can't imagine there's like a group of people that have gone through like all of these, like, because there could be somebody who is the best ever with like 10 people watching them playing Scooby-Doo's fucking quest. I don't know, like some shit, and he's funny as hell, or she's funny as hell. Like, who the hell it is? Like, they're just the funniest person who ever lived. Did the board see them? No. They're probably going to be looking at whoever's got like 48,000 people watching them who's, just saying yo in front of a camera for fucking 2 hours. So there you go.
Drama bait content.
Omega pass. Shameful, horrific. Get out of here.
The Game Awards.
I like them conceptually. I think that's a cool idea. However, it turned into the trailer power hour. So they should really just call it gametrailers.com and just reformat it. But I think the idea is cute, but I definitely think it turned into just the trailer awards. So they should probably just rename it at this point.
Yeah, pretty much at this point, like especially after they left out Sonic 3 from best adaptation. If you want to go see some cringe stuff, go look at that category.
Wow, that's surprising actually, because the Sonic movies actually have been good adaptations. Even if you don't like them, they've been pretty damn faithful as far as video game movies are concerned. That's really weird that they would leave that out.
Nominees for that is the Minecraft movie, some Rainbow Six adaptation that was direct to Netflix that I'd never heard of, Until Dawn live action, right?
Who cares about any of those? The Sonic movie actually did well. Like, what? Are they crazy? Isn't this like the same year that like Marnio happened? Like, what?
Yep, it is actually.
Well, forget about Marnio anyway. That is the biggest waste, the absolute biggest waste of Charlie Day that I've ever seen in my life. I don't know what they were thinking. They're like, right. We got the best Luigi of all time, and they're like, you know what we're going to focus on? Crispy Rat, Donkey, and then that girl that played Princess Peach, who I always forget her name, but she's in like every movie ever now.
Oh my god!
Who cares? They had Charlie Day, and they were just like, let's squander this opportunity.
Right.
let's just squander it.
They could have done so well. There's so many other things right now with Game Awards. Next one, the Shure SM7B.
I mean, it's a good microphone, so like I'll allow it. It's just really expensive. And it's like, it's overkill, I think, for what a lot of people are looking for, because well, I almost said smash because I was thinking smash or pass. So I'm just like, I mean, I guess smash it. But
you got the right idea.
I think it is horrific overkill for what pretty much because it's one of those things that I look at it and I'm like, you are using a $400 microphone, and it's like, like what are you doing? And they're like, I'm just talking. I'm like, you got like any effects on that bad boy, or are you gonna like tune it up, or like, no? Okay, no, we're not doing anything with it. We're just playing video games with it. Shake or snake.
Shake or snake. No, I love that people spend all this money on a Shure, and then they're just sitting there not talking to chat the entire time, just like, oh,
by God, it's there.
It's like not even anywhere near their face too. Right. Speaking of overkill, DSLR cameras as a webcam.
I think it's a good idea if you can grab one that's like, because I have done that for years. But that was mainly because the webcam offerings were so bad like 6 years ago that I was pretty much forced to do this. Because like Elgato's got some really good replacements for them now. That you could that are really, really good, that you don't need to go through the whole DSLR chain. So I would say I'd shake on that. I think that they're fine. I think if you could get one that's like inexpensive, like a used one or something, and then get like a decent lens for it, I think that's the better way to go. But at that point, you may as well just get one of Elgato's like fancier camera offerings, because they have some really good sensors and stuff in them now. So I would just say look at one of those instead. Because
the one I recommend is the Razer Keo, just the baseline model. It's just solid and works, and has a ring light built into it. It's like that's all you need.
Yep, there's some really good ones now that are much better than Logitech Poop 920 or whatever. So
I just remember when all that happened, and me having done photography, seeing people burn out their DSLR cameras. I'm just like, why?
I got a little A5100 that's just, it's got millions of hours on it now. I'm now hanging in there.
So much better. God. Okay. Next topic, VTubers.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I mean, I think like the VTuber thing is like basically, to me, it's like the same as anything else. It's just utilizing technology to make like a fun little character as opposed to doing your flesh face. So I think they're cool. I think it's something I've never personally gotten like super invested in any capacity. I think I like it when it's more like just a way for somebody to have a little like persona type thing and not do like a camera, rather than some of like the crazier ones I've seen. I'm just like, what's even happening? Like I'm so confused looking at them. Like, I don't even know what the hell is going on here. This is like it's like a shrieking creature in the bottom right corner, and it's got like that weird, especially the ones that are like super articulated.
Mm-hmm.
They almost look like off because like they do articulate so much that like the model is doing this number like constantly like on the screen, and I'm like,
it's squishy and moving and like all that extra stuff.
Like, make it stop moving for 2 seconds, because it's like it's just wiggling all over the place, and I'm just like, in this moment I can't tell if this is a poor camera setup or if somebody's seriously just like like sitting there for like hours. I'm like, stop wiggling. But but I think they're cool. I think it's really neat to see the technology of it kind of like integrate into just like streaming in general. I think it's fun. It's a fun thing, and I think it's, I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's cool to see it. It's cool. That's Shaker Snake.
Shaker Snake. That's Shake. Okay.
I don't know why I keep thinking Snake for some. That Snake is the negative one. It's like, that's the Snake. But no, this is Shake for sure.
You say Snake and I go to Metal Gear. I'm like, oh yes.
Yes, Metal Gear. We're never getting any one of those.
Well, if Konami has their way, we're getting a lot more. They're just
I'm sure they'll just find a bunch of chuckle fucks and they'll be like, all right, idiots, come on, you can replicate what Kojima did, right?
You got this. Good. right IRL streaming. IRL streaming.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's always been cool. I think it's kind of changed like what it used to be. It used to kind of be this like weird blend of either people just like cooking, or I think it used to be a bit more of a catch-all for doing like just stuff that you wouldn't normally, like it used to be like, we're playing games, or we're going to do like an IRL thing where we're like cooking, or we're doing, we're going to go maybe walk through the woods and not die, or go on a trip somewhere and stream it or whatever, or just stream from somewhere else. And I think it kind of fragmented off at some point, but because they kind of became like their own categories, like cooking's like kind of its own thing, and then like art's like its own thing, and they kind of splintered off at some point. But I think that like IRL is a concept in terms of people just like sitting there talking to folks. I think that's cool. It seems to kind of dominate in a lot of cases now, and sometimes I'll catch some and I'm not really quite sure why everybody's there, because I'm just like, I've been here for 10 minutes and I'm pretty sure all this dude said is yo, and thank people for subbing. I'm like, I'm not really sure what's going on. Or there was that time I caught that one dude on the front page picking his nose. And that was the first thing I saw. And I mean, he got in there and he got something out. He observed it and then dispensed it. And I was like, well, life comes at you fast sometimes. So that's pretty cool.
Was it no, like he didn't, like right up there, camera in the nostril?
Like, yeah, I mean, this was like, you ever like, you'll do like this number because like your nose itches or something. No, I mean he went in. I mean, that man was digging for treasure, and he did find some. And I just kind of sat there as it was on the front page, and I looked at it, and I was like, "What's going on, man? Like, I was like, what are we doing here? What the hell's going on?" I was like, I don't even know what's happening. This man just full blown ripped into his face to dig out something. I was like, but he got it. He did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at least it's not another DJ on the front page of Twitch, right?
There was a lot of that. That was for sure.
How's about this one? The trend of politicians showing up on IRL streams.
I kind of remember when like Obama did like an AMA on Reddit. And then I remember like some of that stuff being pretty cool. I think that's cool when the platform is like interesting or like kind of bleeding edge, I think that's neat because at least it shows some level of like, yeah, I'm with it to some degree. But now I think we're at the point where like, it's weird. I'm kind of conflicted on this one because like on one hand, I feel like it's an acknowledgement of like a viewer base that, or like a voter base or something that I think people neglect. And I think it's good to see folks. I think like Gavin Newsom did one recently with somebody. I forgot who it was, but it was at least nice to see. And I know everybody has like different opinions and feelings of every different politician, even if they're, you know, whatever. But I don't know. I think it's cool to see that sometimes still. I think sometimes it can be a little terrible. But then I think back to like Hillary Clinton saying Pokemon go to the polls. And as much as we made fun of it, I kind of do wish more Pokemon went to the polls. Because I think things would have been a little different if they had Pokemon gone to the polls. So I think it's cool. I think it's good that, you know, they get into like the stuff and it's a chance for them to talk to people and answer questions on a more like, I don't know, like on a more like grounded basis that's not just like sitting up at like a pulpit somewhere, you know, yapping about whatever. I think them talking to a streamer about something, and even if some of the questions are really weird or whatever, you have to remember that that's the brain space that some people are going to be in. Even if they ask some wild ass question, that's somebody who votes. So like, you know, maybe the answer to that can, you know, get people a little bit more involved because, well, politics is tough to talk about sometimes. It is important and it does affect everybody. So, you know, it's one of those things that I think I shake on it because that's, I think that it's important because it gets people maybe involved or maybe looking at something because you can say all the time, like, oh, I don't get involved in politics or I don't do whatever. And it's like, I mean, you know, it's going to affect you at some point. You just got to decide when you're going to say, I'm going to try to get out ahead of it and try to do something about it. So I think that it is important. So yeah, I think it's good. I think it's a good thing when they try to do it.
All right. YouTube.
Well, YouTube hit me with a child safety violation recently. So YouTube's definitely in the in the toilet right now for me. I'm very angry at them.
I'm trying to imagine what you've done.
It was from a Fallout 4 playthrough from 2019.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
Yeah. It was the Billy the Kid in the Fridge quest, and I guess the AI slot bot picked up the gunfire and the child's dialogue, and it decided that was child endangerment. So I wrote an appeal and I said, is escorting a several 100-year-old ghoul back to his parents that is like 200 and something years old or whatever he is, I was like, safely, is that a violation of child safety policy? And then they just replied with, yep. I was like, the response was actually like, we have reviewed your request and we did find it in violation. So I now have to take a child safety training course on YouTube. So YouTube can just jump off a cliff right now.
You have to take a course?
Yes, to remove the warning strike on my channel. I have to take a child safety training thing. It's allegedly short, but you know, anytime you have to deal with corrective action of something that you didn't do anything wrong, it's pretty frustrating.
Yeah, yeah. No, we're seeing a lot of that right now with these AI reviews, and it seems like the problem I have a lot of time with YouTube, and when you appeal that stuff, the people either aren't actually looking at it, or it's an outsourced vendor that doesn't actually have cultural context to understand what they're reviewing.
It's a 7-hour VOD too, and they responded, I'm pretty sure, in less than 7 hours. So I was like, nobody watched this.
No one looked at it.
I was like, nobody looked at this.
It's ridiculous. Jesus. YouTube Shorts.
I think they're cool. I think it's probably the most palatable version of shorts that's out there. I think that TikTok, from what I've seen, when it's not stuff that like, I would hesitate to use the word brain rot, but I have seen things like, for example, when we were at the emergency vet the other day, watching Erica's mom go through her For You stuff.
Oh my God.
I thought my brain was dying. And it was mostly like makeup stuff and all this other junk, but like, it's insane the amount of like AI garbage that gets like woven in there. And like, just kind of like looking over at her phone and like watching it go, I was like,
it's brain rot.
God. It's like the noise and like the rapid fire, like changing of pacing, like every 5 seconds scrolling through it. I'm just like, oh man, like even if it's something that's like tailored to me, if it was like mostly like gaming stuff or like music or maybe like some fun trivia about like TV shows or whatever it might be, I even have a hard time with it. So I think that like YouTube is probably doing the least obnoxious version of it for me personally. But I can also see why TikTok and Reels and things like that are as popular as they are. It just does not work for my brain. It like drives me crazy. Like I'm like looking at it, like seizing out because I'm just like I can't. I'm like I can't deal with like the rapid fire like shift in. It's just like this one person screaming and then it's like a makeup tutorial and then it's like some AI video of like a cage getting dropped on somebody. These are actual things that I saw pop up in her feed, and I was like, because I think that the cage getting dropped on somebody was some like faked video of people like stealing packages. And she's like, can you believe this is happening? And I was like, no, I can't believe that, because if someone had a cage dropped on them in the United States, you would get sued. I was like, because even if somebody's stealing your package and you drop a cage on them, and if it hits them in the head and hurts them, you're probably going to get like, you're probably going to jail because you probably just killed somebody over an Amazon package. I was like, which you're going to end up in court. I was like, there's no way this is real. I was like, no way. I don't believe this shit for a second. I was like, no way. I was like, if that's not the United States, I guess we're just dropping cages on people and killing people for stealing Amazon packages. I don't know what's happening. So yeah, I think YouTube Shorts though are fine. I think that they do a slightly better job of recommending stuff based off of like other YouTube recommendations, which is okay. Yeah, I think it's probably the most palatable of those three if I had to pick one. So yeah, I'll shake on it.
So this one is pretty relevant to that. AI tools for functions like clipping or moderation.
Yeah, complete and utter 100% shove that in the garbage. Like that's the worst. Like we've had this huge problem, I think, with content creators over the last like few years, and I've been very adamant about like I don't need the slot bot making decisions for like moderation. I don't need, like it making clips. I don't need any of this stuff, because like it is your responsibility when you hit that start stream button to make sure that your community stays safe and that you stay safe, and everything that happens there, you need to be able to be in control of that. And we've had the tools to do this for a long time. And I can't stand the fact that Twitch gets mad if you say certain things. It's like, if somebody's coming in my chat with some real like racist, homophobia, transphobia, whatever it is, if they're rolling in there with some real hateful crap, I've got it. Don't worry, they ain't gonna last very long. If somebody comes in there and is talking about like the moon landing being faked, that's a wonderful opportunity to have some fun and laugh at people and make jokes. But if somebody's coming in there with some real hateful stuff, I've got it. Like, I've got it, and I will handle it. And you know what? It'll be handled with a personal touch, so that way they know that they're pieces of garbage, and they shouldn't just roll around into people's chats and be pieces of garbage, because they're going to hear somebody tell them that they're a piece of garbage, and a robot's not just going to catch it. They'll get to hear how bad of a person they are. So, like, when it comes to moderation, I think a lot of this is like the broadcaster's responsibility, and I think that they've done too much with like censoring what people say. That like randomly it'll be like, are you sure you want to say that? And it's like, dude, somebody was making a joke about like French fries, and somebody said fuck French fries, and it's like, whoa, hang on a second. It's like, are you sure you want to say this? And it's like, okay, dude, come on, like this is ridiculous. Like, I think that there needs to be some level of responsibility on the broadcaster's end, because if they allow that kind of crap in the first place, then we should point at them and tell them they're terrible, and they should get like strikes on their channel if stuff. They have like a bunch of people running around being racist or whatever. It's like, yep, then we should probably penalize those people for allowing that to happen in their chats. Like, I think that there's a certain level of like personal responsibility as a broadcaster to look at this. If you got somebody coming in with terrible crap, handle it. Like, tell them that they're trash and get rid of them. Like, and if you're getting like somebody in there who's like trying to do like a hate raid or something like that, put your chat in follower only mode. That'll stop it, because unless they've been following for X amount of time, they're not saying anything. So, it's or if they're coming through with like donations and stuff and trying to be terrible, you can mute those for a certain amount of time. Like we have ways to stop this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And we've had weird people pop in over the years trying to do all kinds of strange stuff. And it's just a matter of like just shutting them up. So I think that like, yeah, the AI tools and stuff to help with that, I think they're mostly worthless, especially the content creation side of it. I think that's just going to flood an already oversaturated market with even more junk that didn't need to be out there in the first place. So
no. Awesome. That's exactly what I was expecting. Yeah, I hate it so much too. Multi-streaming.
I'm cool with the shake on that because it's neat that you can do it. However, there's like kind of two sides to this where I think it becoming like the norm has caused issues for newer content creators to feel like they need to broadcast to 8 different places at once, and all that's going to do is split your attention, overtax your system, and kind of overtax your brain. I think when everything's like kind of going to different places, it's like, oh, hello, one person on YouTube who popped in over the course of like 4 hours, and hey, one person over on TikTok, or hey, one person over on whatever. It's like you're split kind of all over the place, and I think it's like kind of harmful to like newer creators, and I think it's like maybe just not very useful to people who are like, because a lot of the times I see somebody, if they have like 2,000 to 3,000 people maybe watching on Twitch, they'll maybe have like 500 on YouTube, or if they have like maybe 500 watching on Twitch, they'll have like 25 watching on YouTube. So like, it's cool to have like the option for it, but I don't know if it really benefits a ton of people. I think it just kind of splits user bases up even more in a time where we're already fragmented all over the place anyway. So it's cool, but at the same time, I think it's probably going to be really frustrating for newer content creators in general.
Yeah, it's exactly that. That's why if I were to do multi-streaming to YouTube, I have to turn chat off, because I'm just like, well, I don't want to give half my attention somewhere where I'm not going to be able to give my full attention. And then I also want to be responsible for my chat, you know, but it's like, then all of that YouTube gets is the viewer experience, you know?
Right.
You don't actually get that interactive. So what's even the point of multi-streaming at that point?
Yeah, it's almost like watching a live VOD at that point. So it's like, it's a little strange.
Right. So on that note, discoverability.
Just in general?
In general.
It's horrible. It's probably the worst it's ever been. It's not only the market's like super saturated, but like you have to do something outlandish or strange at this point to stand out, or the algorithm has to pick you up, which that one feels more and more rare these days.
To
the just get like picked up and thrown.
Yeah,
and not all of it can be blamed on that. You know, I think that like doing something unique or interesting is probably the biggest thing, but there are plenty of people who I know that have done unique or fun things that just never took off because it just wasn't the right place, the right time, which I think ends up being, unfortunately, a lot of it is just being in the right place and something just taking off. And then not only you get that one opportunity, and then you have to like keep doing it and stay consistent with it, which that's even more difficult, I think, because sometimes the thing that maybe you get picked up for isn't something that's easily doable in a consistent format where you can make like a video every couple months, or you could do, a good example of this actually was, and I think these guys are genuinely funny, but I remember it kind of happening to them. Do you remember, I forget what their names were. I think it was like the Lefebvre or something like that brothers. They did the live action Oblivion parody. Where the guy was like, he was doing like the Oblivion voices and like the kind of like animations for him, like live with like the apple and then just like falling over. And they did a wonderful job of emulating those interactions in an Elder Scrolls game. And they were absolutely hilarious. And they started doing like, I remember like an LP series and stuff. And they seemed like a genuinely funny group of guys. But what what they got picked up for was that, Elder Scrolls parody stuff.
Right.
So once they stopped doing that, things started to drop off a lot. And I remember thinking that was like really heartbreaking because they seem like they're genuinely funny guys, just period. Because I remember watching a couple of their things and they seem like they're always having a good time and cutting up and whatever. It seems like a good time, but like they got picked up for this, the algorithm or whatever was going on, and the snowball of like those videos did very well. And then when they kind of shifted to maybe some other stuff, it didn't work out as well. And that sucks because like, that's clearly like an instance where it seemed like they were two guys that, and I don't know a ton about them now, and it's been a long time, but it seemed like they were pretty funny, it's pretty funny guys. And then
they did something really good. And then their stuff, rather than them getting credit for it, got stolen, picked up and reposted a bunch. Right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So they didn't even get half the credit for those.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, absolutely. All right. Vertical video format for streaming.
Well, I can't just scream right now. It kills my soul. We spent all this time. We finally agreed after CRTs were being phased out that widescreen was the way to go, and the 16:9 was a really good resolution. A lot of stuff was made for it. It worked out great. Gave us a good center focus with a little bit of extra content on the screen, especially for like games and stuff. You could keep UI elements out of the way. You know, you could have all kinds of cool stuff, and it worked out pretty well. It's like, oh, cool. I got the game centered here. Got some UI elements on the side. It's really nice. Films look pretty good in it. You know, good balance of, I think, you know, filmography and like just media in general. And then we were like, well, dang, it's easier to hold the rectangle like this. So I guess we'll start making vertical rectangle. So
you cannot rotate
going towards vertical rectangle.
You cannot rotate rectangle. It is impossible.
Yeah, you can't. It's impossible. But I think like the problem I have with like the vertical video thing is less like old man yells at cloud. Like we kind of had it figured out, because I don't mind it in the sense of like taking a video or something of something funny. The problem with vertical video is now we've tried to like move the format of streaming and everything over to it, so you have like this squinched, cropped. There I go using a weird word. It's like a little squinched version of a video that just sucks. Or it's like Fortnite footage with the edges shaved off, because who needs to see the UI? No one cares, right? And then you've got man person face at the top, and I'm like, oh, thank God, man person face takes up half the screen. And then you've got like this none footage left beef at the bottom that you can barely see. It's just sitting there with like 8,000 like views on TikTok or something like live. I'm like, what's even happening in this? I'm like, I can't even see what's happening. I can see more of this dude's nose than I can the game at this point. Like, it's awful. Like, and it sucks because it's like it's constantly fighting against itself, because like we still stream everything in like widescreen for like the more dominant like gaming platform stuff. So then we had to make all these stupid tools that are like, well, it can figure out where your webcam is, and it can shove it in the top, and then the gameplay's at the bottom, and we could cut some off if you want. I'm like, oh yeah, just cut it off. Who cares, right? It off. Like, it's just awful, because it's like, if it was all, it's like it needs to be like all or nothing. It's like it's either all needs to be vertical, or it needs to be like the widescreen, just like standard landscape format, because all it does is like make the other content elsewhere worse. Because then it's like, cool, this looks good on Twitch. This is going to look like butt on, you know, TikTok or YouTube or whatever, if you're trying to do like a vertical short for it. Because it's like, this is just going to look stupid. Unless you're recording an independent source footage of just the webcam and then just the game footage, which is already even more than you need to be worrying about probably at any given point. And so like you have like a raw of that getting output, and then you can take those pieces of footage and then reassemble it. And it's like, oh my God. Like at that point, you're just like, if I was doing that, I'd be like, whatever I said is not funny enough to justify all the work I'm about to do. So like it's like taking apart a hamburger and then putting it back together somewhere else, but like sideways.
As a taco.
Like, yeah, you're just gonna make it like a taco at that point, right? Like you're just like, well, I'm gonna squinch these buns together, and then I'm gonna like kind of pack it all back in and be like, oh, that's a good looking. That's a good taco burger I made. But like you could have just eaten the burger. They're like, no, I needed to make it a taco so everybody could see me do it.
Right.
Like, it just sucks. Like it's a pain in the ass. So the snake.
No, I want you to set up multi-streaming now, and for your vertical video format, just have it be as close to your face as possible. So that's all the vertical gets ever. Oh my God.
We can do it. Erica sent me a Fortnite clip one time of something on TikTok, and even she noticed it. She's like, why does this look so bad? And I was like, oh my God, they didn't even crop it. They just skewed it.
Yeah.
Like all they did was like take the
they just scrunched it?
Just squished it together. I was like, oh my God. I was like, what is
How is that even watchable?
And it had like hundreds of thousands of views. And I was like, we cannot look at this and be like, this is fine. I was like, I can't even appreciate what's happening. I was like, they took this thing in like, 2560 by 1440, and they were just like, just crunch it in there. I was like, yeah, just cram it in there. Nobody's going to care, right?
Jesus.
It was insane. I was like, this is nuts. I don't know how people are doing this.
I like want to watch it, but I know the only reason why it probably has so many views is so many people are rewatching it to try to decipher what is going on screen.
Maybe. Yeah, that might have been it. It was like a cryptid at that point. They're like, well, I mean, I got to watch Bigfoot again to see if he's real. I mean,
right.
Got to be real, right?
I'm pretty sure he's flossing. I'm not sure. It's just Bigfoot flossing. All right. Next one, Twitch. Shaker Snake.
I'm going to shake just off of the fact that Twitch sometimes does some really good stuff. And then sometimes they do the dumbest thing imaginable. I think about like things when they were trying to roll out like moments or whatever that was.
Oh God.
But then they also have done, I got to give them credit that they've done much better about bots in the last few years. Like it is much better than it used to be. Cracking down on like some of the view botting stuff that was going on. Like, you know, that kind of stuff will affect everybody inherently. But I would much prefer, as somebody who's been doing this forever, like if I'm streaming something and I see that 94 people are watching or whatever, and maybe a couple weeks ago it seemed like it was like maybe 115 or 120 for like maybe the same thing or something that may do about the same numbers, I would prefer seeing the actual number or something closer to the actual number, even if it makes you feel a little bit worse because it's like number go down, brain no like. I mean, and like, so caveman brain is obviously just like oonga boonga, number go down. Like, I mean, that sucks. But at the same time, I would much prefer, you know, seeing a more organic number.
Right.
So I'm gonna give him a shake just because I feel like Twitch is probably far more tolerable in terms of like live stream stuff. I think personally for me right now than like going and finding something on TikTok. YouTube live streaming is too much of a mess to find anything half the time. You're more likely to find a VOD of something than you are to find somebody actually live doing anything that you care about. You'll find like a VOD that you're like, oh, neat, that's cool. But like, that's probably what you'll get. It's much harder to find people who are doing stuff live. So I think the Twitch is still the best option, even with all of their shenanigans and dumb stuff that they do periodically. It is still probably the best place to probably live stream right now, I think.
Well, it's not Mixer, right?
It's not, which I wish Mixer had lasted like 5 more months. If they had just hung in there a little bit longer, that would have been right around the time that Twitch had the big data leak of like everybody's payouts and stuff.
Oh,
and
the back.
I think a ton of people would have left for Mixer, but it had just died a few months before that, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. So no one had anywhere else to go.
Thank you, Microsoft. Thank you. You had the potential. TwitchCon.
I went one time. It was fine.
I love how like
it's shake.
You went one time, which I'm pretty sure was like 4 or 5 years ago, right?
I think it was the first one or the second one.
It's so different now.
Long time ago. It was fine back then. I have no clue what it looks like now. Erica's mentioned maybe wanting to go, so we might go one year. I will be sure to let people know if we go, so that way if other people want to go too, or if they're on the fence about it, we can all go together or something. So
honestly, we should just do Dragon Con or Off-Kai or something. Just make it a
probably, yeah.
Event.
I definitely had more fun at like BlizzCon, and I went the year of Don't You Guys Have Phones, and I still thought it was pretty fun. Even with Don't You Guys Have Phones. So yeah, that was a bit of a mess. That was fun, but even then it was mostly fun because I went with AP drop. So like that was cool. So we all went together. So that was a good time. But I mean, the event was still cool, but even though it was a year that they didn't announce anything new either other than Diablo Immortal. So all things against it, it was a pretty crappy year, I guess, to go, but it was still pretty fun. So
yeah. AP drop. Nurse Service shout out.
He's awesome. Also, who heard CBT instead of CRT? Like, what's happening with your earballs? I think Boulder just wanted me to say CBT. I think that was a desire thing going on.
I was letting them live the dream and just ignoring it. It's like that's nice, honey. You got it.
Right.
Dan Clancy is Twitch's CEO.
I don't even know him. I don't think I've ever seen a word he said. Well, maybe I have, but. I guess
he's the CEO who was cheering on the childbirth live.
Oh, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that was weird. I didn't know that was him. Yeah, that's pretty fucking weird. I mean, I guess the entire situation kind of is, but that in particular is it's pretty strange. So
So on that note, Twitch's response to the view count issues right now. And you kind of hit on this a little bit.
I don't think I've actually seen what their response to it was. Like I know a little bit about it, but I don't think I paid attention to anything that they said, because like it was pretty evident that like something changed, because I think a lot of people's like viewer statistics dropped a little bit, but I don't really know what their claim was on it.
Basically, the way it's gone down is they've shown that there's two things going on. One is the way that organic numbers are being counted. They were trying to prove that the way it is now is actually more accurate, but it's still a degree of like kind of like iffy math, right? Where they're like, oh yeah, if someone has this many browsers open, they don't count. But if someone has, someone comes in and chats out and someone comes in and chats out, right? That's still counted as one and not two. But sometimes what used to happen is that person would be accidentally counted as two.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the way they described it was a little, there's a lot of backlash happening right now. It just TLDR.
Yeah, it sounds about right with any change they make. I feel like that's kind of always what happens. I don't know. I guess like part of me likes, like I said before, like part of me likes the idea of like more organic viewer numbers, as long as they can like, I don't know. I think some of the lurker stuff is kind of ridiculous. I feel like if somebody's there, they're there, like even if they're listening quietly or something. I don't know. It's just seems almost pointless to do it. Like it doesn't really impact as much as they probably think. Like can't imagine that affecting larger streamers or mid-sized or even small. I think it's going to impact smaller streamers the most. So like, I don't really know why they would do it. I don't really get the point. I'd have to go look and like actually read through all of it to see exactly what they were saying about it to probably comment on it more. So I'll just have to.
That's fine.
But abdicate on this one.
Yeah. So
because I haven't seen any of the official response enough to be like, oh, they're dumb.
Yeah.
So.
Basically for chat, what's been happening is they've basically made a lot of methods that don't count lurkers, and it's being proven. And they're kind of dodging around that. So like me, I was, my concurrent viewers has halved, right? Even though I know people are there, it's just second monitor stream, right? But Twitch wants people to be engaged with the stream, which as a business decision, I get why they're doing that, right? They want people to be engaged with the platform. So it's a little bit of a difference of opinion of like, it's okay for people to not be engaged versus people must be engaged or your content's not worth it, Right. So that's kind of the discourse that's happening right now. So I don't know how it's going to turn out. I don't like it so far.
I guess we'll see. I'll have to go look into it a little bit more because I haven't seen any of the recent response to it.
Right. It's all over the place. So last two are kind of lighter ones. Food delivery.
A necessity sometimes, depending on scheduling stuff, and sometimes it makes me want to die. So I would say in general, it could probably go. It's probably destroyed the restaurant industry in a lot of ways. So
yeah,
but it is convenient sometimes, and if you can catch a deal on it, it's pretty good. But most of the time, especially where I live, it's kind of a crapshoot. So
yeah.
I would say it's mostly terrible.
It's so much fun to be in your stream when you order something and it's just like, is it right? No. It is like, how is it
Erica's
wrong?
Thing. She's like, let's do a point bet to see if it's wrong, and it's like it probably will be.
Right. So on that note, last one, Taco Bell.
I'm always going to give them a shake because they're the only fast food place in the vicinity that has a vegetarian menu. So like I got to give them huge credit for that. They piss me off all the time by like taking stuff away and be like, oh no, we ran out of potatoes that can grow in poisonous soil. But other than that, they're like, oh look, this vegetable that can grow in toxic soil that's horrible and barely fertile at all. We ran out of them. I'm like, yeah, you ran out of potatoes. You ran out of the easiest crop to grow on the planet. Okay, cool. That's fine. Like, oh, look at this soil that's arid and horrible. What's growing? Oh, it's a potato. Look at that. We ran out Taco Bell. So they're idiots, but definitely giving them a shake because they're the only ones that like ever had a vegetarian menu. However, the one nearby can't seem to ever really get anything right, except for sometimes when they do. So
right. Is that
That's
one
it.
out of 20?
I'm glad Lee actually got my RimWorld joke about the toxic potatoes. So that's good. That was mostly just a gag, but somebody got
I tried to get
potatoes and toxic soil.
I tried to get the Baja Blast pie when it was there. And I was like, oh, I'll show up to a birthday party with this. This will be funny. And they're like, we're sold out. I'm like, how are you sold out of a Baja Blast pie? You're telling me people actually wanted they had to this? Have it. Yeah, I'm just like, no. It sold out within 3 hours, right? Like, geez.
Raining Robots owns Taco Bell, so they do know. They are the authority on this.
That's my inside source on the bell.
Mm-hmm.
I slip her a magic card and I'm just like, hey, what's the deal? When's the nacho fries coming back? All right. Well, that's all I had for Shake or Shame. We got some viewer questions we can hit on. We'll knock those out and then that's it. So let's get these done. How difficult is streaming full time and maintaining your relationship with your significant other, family, and friends?
What was the first part?
How difficult is it streaming full time? Is it? Yeah.
Well, so it's definitely taken up like a lot of time for like holidays and stuff because I try to stream holidays to give people a place like to be. That's definitely like, caused some strain because it means that like Erica and I don't get to spend like the full holiday together sometimes. And I think like the scheduling of it too is kind of hard just because it's a little bit easier with her working from home now and stuff, but it's hard. Like tonight, it's like trying to like, get things like scheduled or do something or like try to handle maybe something while streaming while, I don't know. It's a little tricky just because like, it just depends on kind of what the day looks like and like how everybody's feeling and everything like that. Because, if I'm like super tired that day and like sleep late or whatever, if I'm not feeling great or if she's not feeling great, like, trying to like make sure we got like food figured out and like all that stuff. And, it's a little tricky sometimes because she works like in the mornings, but she works from home now, but then I work at nights pretty much, also working from home. So it's definitely, I think it's probably one of the trickier like professions to balance as far as like, it's like we talked about earlier, like, when it came to like when we were helping out her parents and stuff a lot with stuff or whenever my parents passed away and I felt like I was kind of going back and forth or, whatever. I think it's kind of tricky to get like the scheduling and timing and everything like that figured out. So it can be kind of difficult, I think, just as like and I feel like because it is like a work from home thing that you have like full control over, you can kind of get yourself in like a space that like, you're not like carving out as much like the time that you're like streaming or whatever it is. Like you're not maybe carving out a slot for attention as much as you would if it's a place that you have to go to or else you're going to get like fired or like whatever, you know what I mean? Like, so
yeah,
you're going like, to like your 9 to 5 and you got to be there or else kind of thing. So like, but that's like a double-edged sword too, because that's like, while you do get a little bit of leeway with that, you got to make sure that you're staying on top of it still and like doing it and making sure you're working every day and, treating it like a job because sometimes it can feel like it isn't because it's fun and, all that stuff. But there's a lot of weird back end stuff that comes with it. But yeah, as far as like scheduling things, it has definitely been a pain point at different times. Especially if like a family member calls me and they like need something at like 8:20 or whatever. And it's like, oh, I'm working. And they're like, oh, right. I forgot. I'm like, I've been doing this for, y'all have known this for like 6 years. Like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? So like, it's one of those things where you're like, oh my God, so
this isn't new. We've been here.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Right. Or if you have like an appointment like early in the morning, and this is more of like a working nights thing where it's like, oh, this appointment's at like 11:30 and it's like, okay, I could like get up then and then try to stay awake. And if you do stay awake, you're like, great, I've been up for like almost, if you woke up at like 8, you're like, great, I've been up for 12 hours now and now I'm starting work at 8. You know what I mean? So like,
right.
That's crazy too. So it's just nuts. But it's not the worst, but it is. I think I'd say it's probably about the same as any other job. It's just a matter of figuring out how to kind of juggle it. And then sometimes I fail miserably at it and sometimes I do okay at it. So yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes.
Here where it's at. Next one's coming from iWake. What's been your favorite moment ever since you became a full-time streamer?
My favorite moment. There's been so many of them, it'd be hard to pick. I think I I remember the triple the triple parry of the Guardians of Breath of the Wild being really funny. Getting to do the Color of Charity event for Darkest Dungeon was pretty great. I think people seeing Garmond the first time, I think in Silksong was a lot of fun.
We were so excited.
Because in a lot of instances, those were the first times I had gotten to see it too. Even though Silksong is like 90 hours long.
6 years, 90 hours.
Yeah, it's 14 years of streaming. But yeah, there's been a lot of like really fun moments. I think telling everybody that I was getting married was really fun. That was really cool. Get to share that story. That was a good time. I think introducing Erica was a lot of fun because that happened on New Year's Eve, and she played Devil May Cry 3 for a little bit and was like, I hate this.
Can I say that's like
pretty funny?
One of my favorite things Ari does is when you introduce her to a new game and she's like, I hate this. And then give her like 30 more minutes and she's in. She's locked in.
Yeah, she's in. Yeah, she'll hate it at first, but then she ends up probably liking it. So, yeah, I mean, there's been so many like fun, crazy moments, like from all the absurd saves in Darkest Dungeon or losses there or FTL or Breath of the Wild was super fun. I mean, there's been so many just fun, crazy moments. All the ridiculous, like spooky month, moments too, are they're just nuts. I mean, there's been so many wild, like things that have happened. People hitting like thresholds on like gift subs or like bits and stuff like that, and then just making like the biggest crazy, like it's just, I don't know. There's been all kinds of crazy, like silly, fun things that have happened over the years, or doing like shave it or save it's, or whatever it might have been. The Sonic Subathon was ridiculous. But there's so many moments. It's hard to pick. I would say I love all of them. I know that's like such a weird cop out, but I mean it's hard to pick like one specific thing that was the best.
I might have to have you back on because there was questions on Sonic 06 and I was actually wanting to go through your Twitter and just have you explain. Do a version of Explain That Graham, but with your Twitter posts, because there's so many just gems of moments. Like there's the one of you in the fraud suit from the Final Fantasy 14 marathon.
Yeah, I remember the frog outfit. Yep, the frog Kigurumi.
Oh God, yeah. All right. So next question: what era of gaming has been your favorite?
I think like I grew up with like Super Nintendo and all that stuff because my brothers were like a little bit older. So like it was appropriate for me because I was probably about like 4 or 5, I think, when the Super Nintendo came out. So like I really enjoyed a lot of like the JRPGs and stuff from like that era. A lot of formative stuff. I would say honestly, if I really had to pick, like I think the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox like generation of consoles is probably the most influential because I feel like it wasn't so much of an age thing as it was like that was when I think that a lot of developers and stuff really started to figure it out. Like the way kind of games were going to flow. Because like I think PS1 and N64 and all that stuff was awesome, but like it was new to 3D and all that stuff, so they were kind of navigating that clumsily in some cases. And of course, like the Super Nintendo and all that stuff was fantastic for like 2D stuff and just amazing. And like the stuff they were able to pull off with that. I would say it's probably a toss up between like some of the 16-bit stuff and then like PS2, GameCube, and like Xbox and all that. I just feel like they were really starting to figure it out around that time, and then it kind of just got cooler and cooler in certain ways from there, and worse in some ways. But I think as far as like PC gaming goes, I would say like around the time like StarCraft, Age of Empires, all that stuff was like kind of out and really popular, like a bunch of RTSs and like MMOs and things like that, because they're kind of two different worlds, right? Like the PC gaming space back then and then the console gaming space. So I'd say like that kind of window for, I guess for both, would be like around the time I would say would probably be like the most influential, or probably like my favorite, like in terms of games and all that.
Right on. So I'm going to rephrase this one a little bit. If you stopped doing variety streaming and only streamed one game, what would it be and why?
God, thought about that before. Like if I became like just playing one game, it would either need to be, if I could guarantee that like the same people would show up and like monetarily we would kind of be in the same space or like slightly better, it would either be something that's a persistent online game, like something like World of Warcraft, because you could always like guarantee that it would be getting updates and shit. So like there would always at least be something new going on, or something that I could count on it being like so dynamic and crazy and also receiving updates and expansions like a Rim World or something like that, where I could be like, okay, this has enough like dynamics to it and craziness that like I feel like we could play it constantly and it would always be like kind of different in some way. Yeah, I'd have to either pick between like a persistent online game, but that is only if I could guarantee that at least things would stay the same or get slightly better. Because like if they got worse, naturally it would just suck. Because then I'd be like, I don't know, streaming like RimWorld to like 4 people, and they'd be like, I hate Nick now. All he does is play RimWorld. I don't know. I hate him. All he plays is World of Warcraft. I can't stand him. He's the worst. So I don't know. It'd probably be a toss up between some kind of persistent online game that's like got running servers somewhere that I could guarantee would still be up, or something like a RimWorld that would get like content updates at different points and add new things, and also adds like mod access too, because I think that's important, is like being able to, you know, kind of shift it up by maybe installing like a crazy overhaul, like playing like the medieval RimWorld mod or something, like, you know what I mean? So like it's something that could shift it up a little bit. Maybe like an Elder Scrolls game too. So, but it might work, like maybe like an Oblivion or a Skyrim or something like that could maybe work.
We were digging through my old shorts and we found that one of my biggest shorts was actually from Skyrim. So I'm just like, oh yeah, no, I could see that working. Okay, would you ever consider doing another D&D stream?
Yeah, for sure. I think it'd be fun to do another one at some point. I don't know when or what, but yeah, I think that'd be a good time to do that. I've enjoyed pretty much all of them that I've done, so the few that I've done specifically.
Okay, cool.
Definitely on the table for a maybe.
Maybe that's like the Thanksgiving stream.
I mean, that'd be pretty short notice, but maybe.
Well, not.
It's always possible, I guess.
Yeah, true. Okay, what streaming opinion have you stood firm by at the start of your career, and has that changed in the modern day?
I think one of my main opinions was that like I wouldn't say like, I feel like the people who end up with any type of something that's like close to static as far as like doing this as a job or hobby or whatever it is, I think consistency has always been like the most important, and like trying to stay flexible towards like the changes. Because I said a long time ago when I used to stream a lot of Dark Souls, and that was kind of like what I got a lot of my start in. I remember there was a shift at one point where I started doing more stuff outside of that, because I remember thinking to myself, I was like, this franchise will have a finite end at some point. I was like, whereas there's tons of games out there that are super fun that we could, look into. So I think it was standing by, moving into more of like a variety space and trying to keep it consistent. So, I think that would probably be the one thing that I've maybe stood by completely the entire way through. But also, I guess on a more important note, just trying to remain like not playing a character and just being who I am. Because like original. Putting up a facade constantly, I think that's just unsustainable. And I think that there's a point where you're just going to get exhausted, and you'll either start to let it kind of fall, or you'll whatever. There's one thing of trying to be like energetic and fun and whatever, and maybe putting on like a show and like being excited and putting a lot of energy into it. And then there's being something that you're just not. And I think that like I've always tried to be like just be yourself, because like you can definitely do that, or at least try, but it's hard to be something that like you aren't. Like, so if you're trying to get up there and like play a character every night, it's really difficult to do that. It specifically with like streaming, it's very difficult to be or masquerade as something that you're not, because it's like eventually you're probably going to get really worn out with that, because it's enough. It'll wear you out just being yourself. So like it'll definitely wear you out trying to be something that you aren't. So
you'll see that a lot with VTubers, as VTubers come in with these deep lore personas, and then usually like a couple months in, they drop it entirely because you just can't do it. You can't maintain it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. Okay, so this one comes from Rogue. What was the original goal? Was the goal 5 years in? Was the goal today?
The goal 5 years in was to have like any type of following whatsoever that wanted to watch like YouTube videos and stuff, or maybe like come watch the stream. I think the goal now is just continuing to ride it. I guess it's always been kind of the same, continuing to try to grow and, not just be like, oh, we're going to turn into a big sponsorship channel where we just sell out completely and all that. Yeah, I mean, it's always been try to provide some level of entertainment, whatever that may be, and then, keep going from there and just try to make people happy and give them a good place to hang out and also somehow pay the bills while doing so. So that's important too. But, first and foremost, I want to make sure that everything's healthy and fun and good, because I feel like the rest of it will hopefully fall into place if that's there. But, just continuing to do whatever you can to try to stream as much as you can and have a good time while you're doing it, and, not let yourself get bogged down by everything. So yeah, not much has really changed, I guess. It's mostly to try to provide a way of living and all that stuff, and just keep it going and make people happy while you're doing it and have fun playing games and doing crazy stuff. So
I need this one's going to be a hard one for me to give. This comes from Dustin.
Okay.
If you were a sandwich, what kind of sandwich would you be? And how would being that kind of sandwich have impacted your streaming career? And they add, a talking sandwich would be wild.
Well, there was that episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force that had the brood witch, where when you ate it, you got shifted into like another dimension or whatever and hit with an axe. So I guess if I get to be like a magical sandwich, I'd probably be like something like that. Because maybe I don't know what kind of talking sandwich I'd be. I'd probably be one that found like some kind of good like plant-based meat alternative that doesn't suck. So that way we could know that there was something out there that didn't suck. So maybe people who didn't eat meat could enjoy like a sandwich every now and again. Because most of those are absolutely terrible as far as sandwich meats go. So I would be some kind of made up plant-based like BLT or some shit. That way maybe then we could discover plant-based meat for sandwiches that doesn't suck completely. I don't know if that would help with streaming very much, but I think people would be very, very, very excited about the idea of a talking sandwich.
Sponsored by
there could be that one sandwich I got at Publix with the tofu that was wet. That would probably be me.
I don't know if you've ever seen Adventures, but I'm just going to the meatball sub that's made with Impossibles.
Interesting.
I'll send it to you later.
Jesus Christ. There's like plant-based meatballs that are all right. Why would they do this? There's some that are okay.
All right. This one comes from Imperator Lizard. Does Crunch lunch?
Yeah, if you have King's Rock on your Pokemon. Or at least as far as I know, because I'm not good at Pokemon. But that's the most I know, is that Crunch can flunch if you have like King's Rock, or if they have like an ability that lets you do it or something. I'm pretty sure it's just King's Rock though, since that lets any abilities. Oh wait, you did say Impossibles. I thought you said Pasta Balls.
No, Impossibles. Like Impossible
Oh
Burger.
Yeah, no, those exist. They're actually pretty good. They're all right. I've had them. They're okay.
Anyways, next one from Justin. What's the best piece of advice you've been given? Something that if you had been given sooner, you'd only see improvements in your life and career. That's actually not bad. That's a pretty good one.
God, I don't know if there's like any one piece. I don't know if I would have if hearing it sooner would have worked. My dad told me a long time ago, because he was a pretty nice guy. He tried his best to help out people when they needed it and stuff. And he told me one time, he said, always try to be nice to everybody. He's like, because you never know what somebody's going through. When you being a jerk is going to be the last straw, or whether that's just going to be the thing that just causes them to give up, or whatever it was. Because if you just try to be nice to people, do your best that you can, because you never know when it may pay off for you. You never know when that's just the last straw for somebody, when they've just had the worst day ever. And I think about that a lot, actually, when he told me that, just because we were just driving in the car, I think, when he said it, and he's like, hey, you just always try to be nice to people. He's like, you never know when that's just it for somebody. And I think there's like a lot of truth to that, and it kind of hold like sticks with the whole like, you know, just be good to people and like hopefully they'll be good back to you. Like it, I think that was a decent piece of advice that I got just a long time ago that really stuck with me, because I'm like, that is true. I mean, there have been instances where I was just in just like the worst crappy situation, and like if somebody had been a jerk, I mean, think about how much that would have like added on to it, just dealing with somebody being an asshole. Whereas even just a small act of kindness, like somebody opening the door for you, or, you know, whatever, can be really nice, or just a compliment or whatever. So yeah, I think that was one of those things that stuck with me for a long time, to just always try to be nice to people. And yeah, try my best. And then there's days where like the, you know, the maybe I'm a butt to somebody, but I mean, that happens to everybody, unfortunately. But you know, it's you just try your best to be nice to people when you can, because you never know what people are going through, because they could have just lost like a loved one or their job, or maybe they're just at a low point in their life or something like that. So hitting them with some stupid shit is not the best thing you can do at that time. So, you know, I think just trying to be kind to people's pretty good. It's generic as it is. I think that was a pretty cool way that he put it. So I think that's a good way to try to do stuff.
That's a really good one. All right. This one, why are all the roles so rigged?
A good question. I'll have to write Nightbot a strongly worded letter and ask them why the roles are rigged. But to this day, we still don't know. It's basically like Stonehenge. Like, we're really not exactly sure what it was. 100%. We can guess, and we have some good ideas based off of archaeological data. But like, I mean, who knows why Nightbot does the things it does? I mean, look, people are saying rigged, and we didn't even roll anything out. So clearly there's something going on. Maybe it's like a cosmic force. Who knows?
Right. It's an eldritch god we just don't know about.
Yep, it probably is.
This one comes from, as they describe it, Obscurus Burrito, aka the artist formerly known as Jalapini. They actually spelled it Jalapini. What was one of the hardest hurdles when moving into full content creation, full-time streamer?
Probably realistically, and this is gonna suck as an answer, because like if you're already doing it and you're kind of just shifting into doing it more, staying on top of holding yourself accountable and not allowing yourself to blame everything else around you is a little difficult. It's kind of difficult in the sense of like, you want to be like, oh, it's the algorithm, or it's this, or it's that. And sometimes you have to just look at yourself and be like, this isn't funny. Like, what I did is not actually as funny as I think it is, or whatever. You got to be careful with that, because like I said earlier, the self-defeating thing is not great either, because sometimes you can be your own worst enemy. But like, I think coming to terms with sometimes whatever it is that you did may not be entertaining. It just isn't.
Yeah.
Like, and I think being able, and like also understanding that like what you're doing is your job, and you need to do it like you would any other job, and try to stay on top of it. And it's going to take work, and you need to make sure you do it, and you need to make sure you're present. I think that was like the toughest thing, is like transitioning and treating it like a regular job, because like it's really easy to either, you know, try to blame it on other stuff, or try to blame this on that, when in reality you're in full control, for better or worse. And it sucks, because sometimes things are out of your hands, and like as the person who's running it, you're like, I mean, I can't. What else am I going to do about this? And aside from that, I would say taxes. Taxes were a bitch. They still are a bitch for anybody who's self-employed. So if you do this for a living, I would definitely recommend getting a CPA to do your taxes, and just provide them with the information, because like that can get you into a whole bunch of stress and trouble, because it's just a mess, and it's very difficult to do in some cases, and very frustrating. So gotten a little bit easier, but yeah, that's a pain in the ass. Like, that is so obnoxious to deal with, and it's only gotten more obnoxious in some ways. So
yeah,
but I would say holding yourself accountable, but not beating the crap out of yourself every time something goes wrong or doesn't go the way you want, was probably one of the biggest things to try to get over when starting this as like a career. Because it's like you are in control of everything, but sometimes there are just things that are going to happen that you can't do anything about, or you're just not funny. Like, there were times I had to just look at stuff I'd be putting up there, and I was like, this is not this is not as funny as it is in my brain right now, and it just ain't working. Like, I mean, there was just times where you have to pull the plug on it, and you're like, this is not funny, or this isn't engaging, or it's not interesting, or and you just have to be able to admit that to yourself sometimes, and not get trapped in the self-defeating spiral. So.
No, that's very true. All right, we got 2 left. One from Whittly Chittily. I don't know why I'm adding an L there, but Witty Chitty. If you could have dinner with anyone living or dead, who would it be?
Probably Jesus, so I can see if he was actually real. And I would take a crappy tape recorder, and then I would show it to everybody, and I'd be like, haha, I met Jesus at a Taco Bell, and he told me that you're all idiots and you should stop being assholes. And so I could give them, you know what? I would record him on a Talk Boy, if anybody remembers what those are. And I would ask Macaulay Culkin to come along and record Jesus with the Talk Boy, probably. That'd be pretty sweet.
I'm just imagining.
Because then I could be like, I want to have dinner with Jesus, and he doesn't show up, and I'm like, I told you he's not real. Like, I mean, so really any way that this pans out, it's going to work, because either Jesus doesn't show up, he wasn't real, or Jesus does show up and I get to talk to him. Somehow he speaks English. I don't know how he isn't speaking, fucking Hebrew or some shit. So I don't know how the hell he's going to learn that language very quickly, but yeah, it'd be pretty funny, because I feel like either way this is going to work out. Because we either get like a little moment where he's real and he's here, or he's just not. And I could be like, he wasn't even real. Y'all just made this shit up, and now I don't get to have dinner.
You just sit there and it's just Bojo Spinted.
I just sit there
on the other side of the table
at a Taco Bell, and I'm like, Jesus was supposed to be here. And then somebody at the counter would be like, same.
All right. Last one. Where did the name Bitter Bits come from, and where did the idea for the bus come from?
Bitter Bits came from when I was like kind of workshopping different names. Like I said, at the time I was kind of inspired by like Game Grumps and stuff like that. So and I like things that had alliteration. So originally it was a bit more of like on the critique side. So it was a little bit like kind of salty towards stuff. So I decided to like bitter, and then of course bits, of course, because I was doing a lot of like retro stuff from like 16 to 64-bit kind of era. So I just took bits from that, and then the bitter part of it. So it had alliteration. It was fun. I don't know if I'd change it if I went back. But that's where Bitter Bits came from. So it was like kind of, snarky, cynical takes on games with, bits just kind of stapled to it. And then the bus actually was funny because it was a joke that I used to reference from Aqua Teen Hunger Force that I thought was so funny, where Master Shake and Meatwad get arrested for being like drunk or something. And they call Frylock and then start insulting him from their prison sentence, and somehow get onto some rant about how they couldn't lose their license because they weren't going to be riding that cheese box, which was the bus. And Meatwad, you can hear him in the background say, "Women will not kiss you on the bus." And something about that line of him saying "women will not kiss you on the bus" is one of the funniest damn things to me, because not only are they calling their friend and then insulting him, telling him to come get him out of prison and being complete assholes, but the concept that they have just fallen off of, like, I can't get a DUI because I'm not riding the bus, and women will not kiss you on the bus. Like, the concept that you're not getting kissed if you're riding the damn bus is so fucking funny to me. And like, that whole scene was ridiculous. And so I used to quote it a lot. And then we kind of just started calling the group the Bitter Bus as kind of a result of like that. And then it just went from there. So now we're just on some weird transdimensional bus that has no bathrooms or something. So that's kind of where that came from, was all centered around like joking about that a lot and talking about it a lot. And then it kind of just turned into like whatever it turned into, where we just became the Bitter Bus. So
right on. Nick, thank you so much for your time. This is definitely the longest podcast so far, but it's because you're such an interesting person. So those of you in chat, those of you watching the VOD, please go check out Bitter Bits on Twitch, all social media, wherever you can find them. Please do check Nick out whenever he streams. You do Monday through Friday. It's always like 5 p.m. for me, and that's like 8 CST? Or is that?
Yeah, we've been starting a little bit earlier lately, but that's kind of like a test thing. I'm gonna see how that goes for a few weeks. But yeah, we're normally around Monday through Friday, as long as something weird doesn't happen. But I really appreciate your kind words, and thank you for this has been fun. Like,
well, before we're done, I always ask the question one more time, and feel free to answer it however you feel is right for you. Now that we've gone through all this, what's your origin story?
Wait, what?
Yep, that's the final question. what's your origin
story? So we have to
story?
do the origin story again.
Yeah, but like, you could do a more succinct version, or after
I think
reflecting.
I was bored and I made one thing and it was terrible. So I was going to make another thing that hopefully was less terrible. And it seemed to be okay. And here we are 400 years later, still doing the thing that was less terrible than the music. So here we are. That was the true origin story.
The true origin story.
It was the thong song. That was what made me do this. Yeah.
You've heard from Nick. Do you have anything you want to plug, or just places you want to shout out, or where you don't be? Anything upcoming? I
think all the plugs in the house are in. I don't think any of those need to go back in. So those are all good. Maybe I need to check the plugs under the desk, because sometimes those get a little loose. Maybe I bump into them. No, I don't really have anything to really talk about other than that. We're just doing stuff as always. Hopefully some new stuff soon, as far as like YouTube things and stuff like that. I'd like to do some more of that, but I don't have anything to show just yet. But yeah, no, I really appreciate you for having me. I hope this has been fun.
No, I'm definitely
listening to yapping.
I'm definitely going to have you back again, because there's probably 20 more questions I wanted to ask. Thank you so much, Nick, for your time. Everyone, please go check out Nick. And if you have someone you want me to interview next, there's a form pinned in chat, and it's also on screen. Would love to get some recommendations. I don't have the next guest locked in yet. Nick, thank you again so much. That's it. I'm going to set you free now. Be free.
Set me free. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll catch y'all later.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Everyone, go follow Nick. All right. That's it. Again, thank you guys for your time. Thank you for coming and hanging out. I hope you all enjoyed that. I'm going to go turn this into a video to go live onto YouTube. It'll go onto YouTube Monday. So I hope you all enjoy that. You all go check out Nick. Thank you so much, Nick, for their time. That's kind of it. Origin Stories should be back in 2 weeks. I'm going to kind of be spotty this next week to try to give myself a break and do stuff. I'm deciding if I'm going to keep streaming. If I keep streaming, I'll come back. I'm going to take down the stream and turn everything back to how it was. So y'all be good. Have a good one. Bye.